Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, Chief McDonald, Executive Director, Mr. Django Sibley, Madam Secretary, Inspector General Matthew Barragan, Mr. City Attorney Carlos de la Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a regular meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning. Please let the record reflect Commissioners Sanchez Gordon, Shields, and Scobin are present, and we have a quorum. Madam President.
Thank you. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in a number of ways outlined on the agenda. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off-topic, and your comment period will be concluded. We will make every effort to hear as many in-person speakers as possible. Public comment may extend beyond 45 minutes depending on the number of speakers and the length of the board's agenda. To facilitate maximum public participation, we ask that attendees observe time limits and refrain from interruptions. For those wishing to provide public comment, please submit a speaker card to an officer in this room prior to the start of agenda item 2. The board includes Zoom comments as a courtesy. It is not required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. We will include as many Zoom speakers as possible, but this will be balanced by the number of in-person speakers. Message to those attending in person. These meetings are regular meetings between the board, the department, and key stakeholders. Meetings of the Board of Police Commissioners are open to the public. The state's Ralph M. Brown Act affords the public the opportunity to be present at the meeting, hear the presentations and dialogue in real time, and provide feedback via the public comment period. During these meetings, there is a need for the board to carry out the public business expeditiously without delays or disruptions. Members of the audience shall not engage in any conduct which causes an actual disruption of the meeting. Those attending in person are reminded that disruptive behavior will be cause for removal. If you disrupt this meeting, you will be provided with only 1 warning to cease disruptive behavior. If you fail to cease disruptive behavior, you will be removed from the meetings. All attendees must be seated. Failure to follow this rule will result in a warning and/or removal from the meeting. With that, we will move to item 1, the report of the Chief of Police. Chief McDonald.
Good morning, President Sanchez Gordon, Commissioners, Inspector General Barragan, City Attorney De La Guerra, and Executive Director Sibley. Today I'll cover key events from the past 2 weeks, share our latest crime trends, and provide an update on our staffing levels. I'd like to start off by offering my deepest condolences to the Magana family. On November 8th, approximately 2:20 in the morning, police officer 2 Bailey Magana was killed in a solo off-duty traffic collision in the city of Santa Clarita. Officer Magana was a devoted husband and father, leaving behind his wife and their 3 young children. He was most recently assigned to Mission Area Patrol. This is an unimaginable loss for his family, for Mission Area, and for the department as a whole. Our behavioral science services team has been fully engaged, providing support to both the department
Excuse me,
I'm being disrupted, President, unable to go on until that ceases.
I apologize, I was just asking her to have respect. I haven't been here for a year and a half, that's all. I apologize. She's a grown woman.
there is I'm going to give you one warning, and I'm speaking to the person with a black T-shirt on. This is your first and last warning.
Thank you, Teresa.
You may proceed, Chief.
Thank you. This is an unimaginable loss for the family, for missionary, and for the department as a whole. Our behavioral science services team has been fully engaged, providing support to both department personnel and to Officer Magana's family as they navigate this extremely difficult time. The circumstances surrounding the collision remain under investigation, and we will provide updates as appropriate. We ask that you keep Officer Magana's family, his partners, and the mission area personnel in your thoughts during this heartbreaking time. On November 11th, at approximately 11:49 hours, Southeast Patrol Division uniformed officers responded to a call of an assault with a deadly weapon at 10348 Kelmeyer Street. The comments of the call indicated the suspect, later identified as Hugo Polanco, was using wires as a whip and attempting to hit passersby. Upon arrival, officers observed Polanco holding a cluster of metal wires approximately 7.5 feet in length. The officers ordered Polanco to drop the weapon. He initially complied, but then picked it up again. One officer deployed a 40-millimeter less lethal launcher. Polanco gripped the wires with both hands and charged at an officer while bringing the weapon over his shoulder in a whipping motion. One officer fired an additional 40-millimeter less lethal launcher rounds, which were ineffective, and an officer-involved shooting occurred. Polanco was struck by gunfire and collapsed on the sidewalk. Upon the arrival of additional units, an arrest team was formed, and Polanco was taken into custody without further incident. Los Angeles Fire Department personnel arrived at scene and transported Polanco to a local hospital where he was later pronounced deceased. No officers or other community members were injured during this incident. The weapon was recovered at scene and booked as evidence. Force Investigation Division investigators responded to the scene and are investigating the incident. The California Department of Justice was initially notified and later advised that they would assume investigative criminal responsibility. On November 17th, at approximately 12:25 hours, Topanga Patrol Division uniformed officers responded to a radio call of an assault with a deadly weapon suspect near the 8300 block of Northgate Avenue. The comments of the call indicated that the suspect, later identified as Marcus Hayes, was armed with a firearm and had pointed it at the person reporting the incident. Upon arrival, officers observed Hayes running past them and ordered him to drop the weapon. Hayes refused to comply and a foot pursuit ensued. Officers followed Hayes as he traversed through apartment buildings before returning to Northgate Ave, where he stopped and faced the officers while still holding the firearm. Despite repeated commands to drop the weapon, Hayes raised the gun and fired at officers, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Hayes then threw the firearm onto the street, raised his hands. As officers approached to detain him, he clenched his fist and attempted to strike them. Officers took Hayes to the ground and eventually took him into custody. Hayes was not struck by gunfire. No officers or other community members were injured during the incident. A loaded 9mm semi-automatic pistol with the slide partially out of battery and a 15-round magazine was recovered at the scene and booked as evidence. Force Investigation Division investigators responded to the scene and are handling the investigation. Year-to-date, we've had 38 officer-involved shootings compared to 24 at this time last year. On November 12th, at approximately 5:30 in the morning, Central Patrol Division units responded to multiple 911 calls reporting shots fired inside an apartment complex at 928 South Broadway. As the first units arrived, they heard additional gunfire. Officers quickly determined the shots were coming from an elevated position within the complex. Given the potential for an active shooter, a help call was broadcast, triggering response of multiple units from surrounding divisions. A perimeter was established, search teams were formed, and the building was systematically cleared floor by floor. Attack alert was declared to ensure adequate resources, and our drone team was requested. About 8:20 a.m., a related call came in from 110 East 9th Street, where 4 bullet impacts were discovered on the exterior of the building, consistent with rounds fired from the original location. Around 9 a.m., the search team checking the 11th floor rooftop patio found 3 expended .45 caliber casings near the apartment that had been the initial focus of the investigation. A short time later, officers searching the subterranean parking structure located a vehicle parked in a space there with a blood smear alongside the passenger side, .45 caliber ammunition and a magazine on the floorboard. The vehicle was registered to an owner out of Fresno, but the space itself belonged to one of the apartments there on the 8th floor. Detectives reviewed building video and determined that the occupants of that unit were likely involved. Based on this information, the drone was deployed to the balcony area of the unit. The live feed showed a male lying on the couch, and there was additional blood located in the balcony area. The drone was able to determine that the male was still moving, however, all calls to the unit went unanswered. Out of concern for his safety, officers attempted a door knock. The male briefly opened the door, then immediately slammed it shut upon seeing the officers. With the drone still streaming live, a second male was seen inside holding a handgun and concealing it in the couch cushions. At that point, with an armed barricaded suspect and possible victims inside, the incident met the criteria for our SWAT team to respond. While SWAT was positioning, the drone captured additional critical information. There was a female in the unit along with 2 small children. Multiple attempts at communication continued to go unanswered until roughly noon, when both males finally exited the unit and were taken into custody without further incident. A subsequent search warrant of the apartment revealed additional ammunition and expended casings. The handgun originally seen on the drone footage was later recovered inside a trash chute, which camera showed one of the suspects using before surrendering. Both male suspects were booked for felony child endangerment and a felon in possession of ammunition. This incident highlights not only the professionalism and discipline of our responding officers, but also the critical role of our drone deployment. The drone provided real-time situational awareness, allowing us to identify an armed suspect, locate the firearm, and recognize that additional victims, including 2 small children, were inside the residence. That information guided our decisions, protected our personnel, and ultimately helped bring this incident to a safe resolution. From November 13th through the 16th, our department worked closely with Los Angeles Fire Department in preparation for a significant storm system that was forecast to impact the city over the weekend. Together, we conducted coordinated planning, resource deployments, and community outreach to ensure the safety of all residents in the areas identified at high risk for mudslides and flooding. As part of that effort, our personnel went door to door to notify and assist 126 residents who were advised to evacuate their homes by 8 p.m. Friday due to potential mudslide concerns. By 5 p.m. on Saturday, conditions had stabilized and the evacuation orders were lifted, allowing residents to safely return home. Fortunately, the storm did not cause any significant incidents. What I want to emphasize is both our department and the LAFD were fully prepared. Our coordination, planning, and communication ensured that if the storm had escalated, we were ready to respond immediately and effectively to protect the community. On November 15th, North Hollywood officers took into custody a prolific commercial burglary suspect known as the Beach Cruiser Bandit, who had been targeting small businesses throughout the San Fernando Valley for several weeks. The suspect, a North Hollywood resident with an extensive criminal history, including prior convictions for burglary, narcotics, and theft-related offenses, began a series of commercial burglaries in October of 2025. His pattern focused mostly on small restaurants, typically striking 3 to 5 locations per night, once or twice a week. His method was consistent. He rode a bicycle to the closed businesses during the overnight hours, used a punch tool to shatter glass doors or windows, and then ransacked the register and office areas for cash, electronics, and food. Detectives began linking the cases through several investigative methods, identifying shared characteristics across the series. Once the suspect was identified, crime flyers were distributed, and roll call briefings ensured that every patrol officer knew exactly who they were looking for. On November 15th, that coordinated effort paid off. After the suspect committed another cluster of burglaries along the Ventura Boulevard in Studio City, North Hollywood officers already familiar with him from detective briefings spotted him near one of the impacted areas. He was found with burglary tools in his possession and broken glass on his clothing. He was taken into custody without further incident and later admitted to committing more than 20 burglaries. A follow-up investigation at his residence resulted in the recovery of additional evidence, including clothing matching the surveillance videos and several stolen tablets. To date, detectives have connected him to 36 crimes, 32 commercial burglaries in North Hollywood, 2 vandalisms in North Hollywood, 2 commercial burglaries in Van Nuys. Investigators believe he may be responsible for additional crimes, and follow-up is ongoing. Any idea where that's coming from?
Oh, is a 3-year-old interrupting you?
Yes.
The person standing up in the white shirt, you're being disruptive.
In the white shirt?
In the white long sleeve shirt with a white hat. This is your first and last warning.
Let it go. Keep going, Jim. This is inappropriate. We're not bothering any of us. Keep going.
Chief, you may proceed.
For the most recent 4-week period, overall persons and property crimes is down 3.5%. Person crimes are up 7.8%, while property crimes are down 6.7%. Year-to-date homicides remain one of our strongest indicators, down 24.1%, meaning 63 fewer lives lost compared to last year. Victims shot are also down 8.3% year-to-date, with 74 fewer people shot across the city. Aggravated assaults are up 8.2% over the last 4 weeks, and a deeper look shows that domestic violence-related assaults are a significant driver of that increase. Robberies are up just under 5% for the period. The majority continue to be Estes-type incidents, which make up more than half of all robberies. Robberies involving firearms, however, are down nearly 20%. We're also recovering more firearms overall, up more than 15% year-to-date. Burglaries are up 1.7% for the period. Residential burglaries are down 12.5%, while non-residential burglaries are up 21%, largely driven by the increases in our valley divisions. With the recent arrest of the beach cruiser bandit, who was responsible for a significant cluster of commercial burglaries in the city, we're hopeful these numbers will begin to stabilize. Motor vehicle thefts are up 5.7% over the last 4 weeks. We continue to closely monitor emerging patterns, identify trends, and use every available resource to address crime spikes to specific areas. Our personnel strength, sworn personnel as of November 17th, is 8,671. Civilian professional staffing is 2,528, and currently we have 342 reserve officers. That concludes my report to the Commission this morning, Madam President.
Thank you, Chief. Let's take some questions from the fellow commissioners. Commissioner Shields?
Thank you, President. Thank you, Chief, for the report. I echo your sympathy to the Officer Magaña's family and friends and everyone in the department who are dealing with the loss of a loved one. And thank you for the report on the drone usage and the effective use of that to really deal with a real-time situation and provide the officers with crucial information that helped to get people in custody without incident. And also congratulations to all those involved in the significant arrest of the commercial robbery suspect. It sounds like he had a bulk of activity happening, and glad that is put to an end. With regards to personnel strength, you mentioned like the number of officers that we currently have, and I've seen some reporting about criticism that the department is hiring more than allocated. Is the department making up for the number of people who have left the department? Like, how are we on balance in terms of retention versus hiring?
Yeah, we're not where we should be. We're not where we need to be. We're down 1,400 officers now. I have budget approval to hire 240 this fiscal year. We're hopeful, based on comments that have been made throughout the budget process, that if we achieve that, we could hire an additional 240. That would be 480. We might realize a net gain of 400 there, but we're going to lose 500 to 600 this year. So even best-case scenario, we're not tracking in the right direction. We need to do a lot more hiring than we currently are doing to be able to help replenish the number of personnel strength, but also to be able to prepare for the major events we have coming in the next few years.
Thank you, Chief. A couple of, and I understand with regards to the officer-involved shootings that you mentioned, that the California Department of Justice is doing one investigation, and both of those matters will come to our review
Right.
later next year. I saw that you had made a statement about the ongoing litigation involving the journalists and kind of the need for the city attorney's position. I'd echo again the request that I had at the last meeting that the commission have some type of closed session briefing on this litigation so that we better understand and are briefed on the matter, as well as any other active, ongoing, significant litigation. I think that it's appropriate for the board to be properly updated on that. And one additional thing, just given the upcoming holidays and seeing the Board of Rights report that we will be having later today, and understanding that around the holidays, there tends to be increases in both impaired driving and also domestic violence. What is the department doing to make sure that officers have the resources they need to make sure that that is not an issue for them, and so they don't see themselves both injuring others, injuring themselves, or suffering some significant consequences?
Yeah, certainly, thank you for that. We regularly address those issues throughout our stations, throughout the city, throughout our various divisions, as well as my monthly message to the department, talking about the issues, the significance of it, the help that's available to everybody, the resources that we have in the department. That's on the internal messaging and providing resources necessary to be able to help deal with the issues underlying some of those problems. Externally, as far as resources, we will take the limited resources we have, try and focus them on the problem areas, trying to anticipate using education and as well as enforcement to deal with during the holiday seasons, the increased number of people who are driving impaired on the streets. We will use every vehicle we have available as well to educate the community, talk about these issues, and hopefully put it on everybody's radar that they can help prevent tragedies from occurring by being responsible during this period of time in particular.
Thank you, Chief. And I think it would be beneficial, President, if we have a presentation from Dr. Dorian and Behavioral Sciences Services about all of the resources, before all of the holidays happen, so that it's echoed. I think we talk a lot about the department having resources, but I think it's important to really identify what those are and make sure that there really is. Officers have a lot of resources available, and there really is no excuse for this type of conduct. And I'd hope, Chief, that there's also a sentiment that this type of behavior will not be tolerated in the department and that appropriate action will be taken.
Yeah, we've been very clear about that.
And I do think that, in the past, the commission had, years ago, received more regular reports about discipline, and I think that it may be appropriate to revisit and have more regular reports about this, just to make sure that we are all aligned in that messaging, and whether that's from the department or the Inspector General, having more visibility into that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shields, and that recommendation will move forward. Commissioner Scobin, any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you, Chief, for the report. In the coming months, the City Council will consider an ordinance unanimously approved by the Public Safety Committee last week that would prevent the LAPD from using crowd control weapons against peaceful protesters and journalists. I'd like to understand how this differs from the current injunction, current LAPD policy, and any laws on record for crowd control and less lethal ammunitions.
Yeah, just as an overview, you can get subject matter experts to be able to go into greater detail on that. But the premise that we use 40 millimeters or 37 millimeters or any other less lethal munitions against peaceful protesters or journalists is a foundation that is not established. We do not focus our efforts on journalists in any fashion. We declare an area closed based on the violence that is in the area. Once that's closed, then we have seen journalists struck by 40 millimeters or 37 millimeter less lethal projectiles, as we have seen police officers struck by those same projectiles in that areas. We're not aiming for people in that environment, either journalists.
Excuse me,
Wait.
the person in the red, in the black T-shirt, you've been previously warned. Sergeant of Arms, please remove this person.
Why am I being removed?
They're all wearing black, the cops are. Remove yourselves.
They don't even know what's coming.
No. This lady here, next to the lady with the pink mask, orange mask. With a,
She hasn't received a first warning, Teresa.
She didn't even say it.
She just got here.
Sergeant of Arms, please remove her. She was previously warned.
You have not given her a first warning.
I'm talking about you.
Let her speak. That's your problem.
They think you're talking to the one with the mask.
No.
I know, the police.
I'm not talking about the lady in the mask. I'm talking about the lady in the black T-shirt sitting next to you. She's been previously warned. Sergeant of Arms, please remove her.
So who are you talking to? Now you're coming for this. You see how this makes no sense? I talked to the person. Free? Sad. Clowns. You guys are sad fucking clowns. This is political theater. Yep. None of this means anything. Yep. Your entire attitude towards the public is disrespectful. Teresa, you're a fucking asshole. You've been the most
Okay, you may proceed, Chief.
I think we covered it prior to the disruption. Was there additional follow-up? Did I catch everything, Commissioner? You?
Well, I just, there's a lot of emotion about some of the things that have been happening
Sure.
lately, and I understand, the position. There's been, I mentioned it a few weeks ago, but, there's been videos out there that, obviously don't tell the whole story, but tell
Right.
a different story. And
Right.
I was just curious how this latest ordinance that's going to be considered differs or changes any of the applicable law or policy that we have in place today.
No, thank you for that. My hope is that we revisit this and that we see that the premises is based on, our operation is in line with our policy. We've been consistent on that. We're certainly concerned when we see a piece of video that that shows somebody getting struck who was not the intended person. Every one of these is investigated to a degree that you're all familiar with, beyond what the public, I think, has any understanding or appreciation of. A very in-depth investigation. And so I am comfortable that when an action occurs, that it is appropriately investigated and handled within our system. The Inspector General is privy to that, and they're following this as we move forward as well. As far as limitations,
Excuse me, Chief, would you please close that door? Thank you. Chief?
yeah, thank you. Any further limitations on our ability to be able to use less lethal in the field when it's necessary, that I would have concern over that. The ability to use 40 millimeter, 37 millimeters in a crowd management situation, crowd control situation, is a de-escalation tool so that there isn't actions taken beyond that, and so that our folks on the line aren't injured, as well as the public in that environment is not injured. by the actions of the protesters. So I have concerns. I would hope that as the council looks to go forward on this, that they would consult with our subject matter experts on the implications of their actions. We have people who would be very willing to be able to provide a full presentation and briefing on the implications of either of these proposals.
Thank you. I hope as we move forward, I recognize that these situations can be difficult to manage. At the same time, I think it's critical that we always hold ourselves to a high standard, and when we see things that, that don't look great, that we investigate those properly and take proper action.
Thank you. I agree 100%. Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Scobin. All right, we move now to public comment period. We will allow 45 minutes on all items. We will begin. Madam Secretary?
Thank you. The first speaker is Ambassador Carlos Gonzalez.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioners, dear Chief. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come before you not only as the Consul General of Mexico, but also as a representative of thousands of Mexican families who call Los Angeles home. Since June 6, we have interviewed more than 1,200 Mexican nationals detained by immigration authorities in the Los Angeles County area. Half of those interviewed by us have returned to my home country. The other half await a long legal battle fought both in immigration courts and federal courts. Only 3% have been able to secure bail. We have seen a sharp decline in school attendance, medical visits, and even basic errands. The consulate is no exception. We have seen a decline in consular visits. Families avoid public spaces, fearing detention. This naturally erodes trust in agencies, as it becomes difficult for the average person to distinguish a regular cop. In times of uncertainty like the ones we are going through, it is important to reinforce the bond between the communities and their cops. People must not fear reporting crime. When crime is not reported, it proliferates. I would like to emphasize that we all play a role in strengthening that trust. We need to adapt and to listen to the people we serve. I believe only through dialogue and trust may we better address our people's needs. The Mexican consulate in Los Angeles wants to work with you because we want to do our share in building community trust. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Sandra.
Can you hear me okay?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to remind the President about the Senate Bill 707 and the changes to the Brown Act in regards to teleconferencing requirements. But may I remind for decades, Scientology has been operating a criminal enterprise with the guiding hand of the LAPD. Jamie Mustard, who wrote Child X, speaks of the late night stops as a small child being pulled over by LAPD. He just mentioned Scientology and off he went, no questions asked. They ran the largest infiltration of the government in government history, for which leader's wife and others were sent to prison. This was called Operation Snow White. We have seen with our own eyes, with LAPD working as security for Scientology events, threatening arrests for people being on a public sidewalk. Board of Public Works have made it clear sidewalks are always accessible to the public. You have them on your CPABs. You've attended their events, accepted their donations, performed at their Christmas parties. The abused kids have come forward and spoken to you of the crimes, and Lara is coming more regularly to plead with you to take steps to distance yourself. Audit comes week after week advocating for the children abused sexually, physically, and mentally for years. The cult of Scientology was allowed to run child slave camps in California, and law enforcement turned a blind eye to the cult behavior. There are currently cases in the LA courts for child sex trafficking, kidnap, false imprisonment, stalking, and human trafficking, yet you stand beside Janet Whelan, Kristen Catano-Peterson, Julian Schwartz, Kendrick Moxon, and Jennifer Krauskopf, all perpetrators and complicit in these crimes. Justice needs to be given to these children. Lisa McPherson, Whitney Mills, who died at their hands and under watchful eye of Scientology. Do better. I yield back my time.
Our next speaker, Patricia Mendoza.
Good morning, Chief Jim McDonald, and committee, commissioners, and the public. I had two disputes coming here in the morning. I think one is okay, and the other lady and people making comments, they don't know me, but I came with the plan, and I want them to listen. With all due respect, I've been a victim of the Rampart police stations and officers for more than 20 years. My property was stolen by 4 people, and they told me that if I called the police, they would call foster care and make sure that my son would be removed and he would be sexually abused at foster care. Years went by. I went to the Rampart. I came up here. I wrote a letter. Constantly, I was like raped from my rights. I was born here in Los Angeles, Temple, Beaudry. My mother worked 40 years in downtown. I've been in the streets in downtown since I was 9 years old. I grew up where the gang is Diamond, Echo Park. I know how to survive. I know how to respect. We might not like someone, but we have to be civil. And these police officers, I have studied them so much for 20 years. I say, why do they hate women? Why do they hate me? The reason they haven't arrested me because I stay quiet and I respect. They threaten me. They put their finger in my chest. There's even women, they're cuckoo. I have many, many cases. A lot of officers are malicious and evil. And with all due respect, in my heart, and please forgive me, they're not gay, they're not cuckoo, they're just pedophiles. Because they sure did talk to me like a little girl, like if I was locked up in the warehouse. I did the investigations in downtown at the Garment when there was a fire. The Newton Police Department, the police department in 6th and Wall Street, boy, they're very evil and malicious. There's a lot of corruption being done on First and Hill in the courthouse. Bankruptcies, fraud. I have a guy that's filing 30, 40 cases. He's in a wheelchair. There's a nonprofit every day at court claiming that he walked in the store. So he's making money. Judges are very corrupt. But if I would have got my police report, I wouldn't have to go through so much suffering and mentally emotional what they made me go through the police department. All I wanted was a police report. Give it to my title insurance company to go through under admission. They would have signed me corporate attorneys. I can't afford a private attorney and litigate $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. But they're malicious. Maybe I can meet with you in private. Maybe I should write a letter, but I have faith that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi would help me. Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Riley.
Yeah, but you never do nothing for me.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The United States of America is a constitutional republic. Christ is king, and all lives matter. I'd like to offer prayers and condolences for the family of Officer Bailey Magana, a tragic incident. I'd like to acknowledge, last week we did not have a meeting of the Police Commission, but it was the Marine Corps birthday on November 10th, and it was Veterans Day on November 11th. There's no acknowledgement on it of those very noteworthy days on lapdonline.org. I think there should be an acknowledgement. I know that many LAPD members, officers are Marines or veterans. I thank them all for their service as police officers and in the service of our country in whatever military branch they were in. I think that needs to be acknowledged by the Police Commission and by the website. And speaking of the website, it's still clear that the statistical information is inadequate. You still don't have the number of arrests that have been made during this year. How is it possible that you don't know how many arrests were made? It just gives the public the impression that either you don't know what's going on or you don't want the public to know what's going on. Also on the raw numbers of actual crimes. We need to see that. There needs to be transparency and accountability. Those are words that are often used, but we need to see them practiced. I think that there are a lot of things that are said at these meetings. Unfortunately, with the Brown Act, there is no interaction. There is no real feedback from the community that seems to be listened to. When you say key stakeholders, who are we? Are we not key stakeholders? Who is a key stakeholder as opposed to who is not a key stakeholder? If you live in the city of Los Angeles, if you have some connection to the city of Los Angeles, you work there, go to school there, whatever it is, are you not a key stakeholder? Aren't we all key stakeholders, or do we have only certain people who are key stakeholders? I want to recommend a book, since it was a Marine Corps birthday last week, for all the police commissioners and anyone listening to read. War is a Racket, written in 1935 by Marine Corps General Smedley Butler. There are a lot of lessons in that book that might benefit policing and public safety in general and peace. We have officers who are peace officers. We pray for peace, pray for the officers. God bless the LAPD. God save Los Angeles. Thank you.
The next speaker, please, Jonathan Foster.
Hard to be first. Jonathan Foster, Jeff Scobin. May the Holy Ghost come into your heart. Jesus is Messiah. So that I'm not in trouble with Jesus. I did what I was supposed to. 98% excellent service is the LAPD. I think it does 98% excellent service, and it's 2% that's gross, and it's really gross.
Excuse me, this is your first and last warning.
Everybody in this commission has said that.
Okay, I'm going to have to remove you.
President of this shit show. And Madam Secretary, can you please shit show?
All right, you will need to be removed. This is your first warning. You are going to be removed. This is your first warning.
And I'm not allowed to speak. Make that make sense to this.
I am going to have to remove you from the meeting. This is your first warning.
And it will not be accepted by the people.
You will be removed. This is your first actually, this is your second warning.
Shit show?
You are to sit down, please, and be quiet. And I'm going to have to ask that you be removed. Mr. Khan, this is a first warning. I'm going to have to ask that you be removed.
President of this shit show?
You are to sit down, please, and be quiet.
So that's some of the stuff that goes on here that I think is gross, that I don't support. How about this part?
People in the same circumstance with the same training respond the exact same way at the same time. I can understand that.
So he just allowed this, what happened to Andre Jones. Listen to what happened to Andre Jones.
Either the training's wrong,
Right.
Respond the exact same way at the same time.
This guy right here. Hey, get on the ground.
6.256.
By the city attorney about withdrawing the injunction, or we'd probably talk offline about that.
There's a lot of talking offline about stuff. There's a lot of things that are very gross. And all of you need to go back and watch every meeting since May 8th, 2018. That was my first day here when Waukesha Wilson's aunt threw ashes into the mouth of Chief Charlie Beck. And observe every question because you're asking stupidness. And you need a cam on. The reason why we don't know what you two are going to talk about is because you don't wear a cam and it's not being recorded. And we can't access what was being said with you know and there are decisions being made without the people. So and you're the same thing as before COVID. This didn't happen before COVID, and then you come up and it's worse. Like you smell worse than the other rat that was up there. So you need to take every item and then we have discussion and then we comment on the discussion, President.
Thank you. The next speaker, Aiden.
What's up, pigs, people? My name's Aiden, Teresa, Jeff. This is the first time you've heard me talk. Do you know why? It's because you motherfuckers cut off public comment after like 45-ish minutes every week at this meeting when you decide to have it, when you deign to come down to this room and do your fucking jobs. Hello, welcome back, Chief. Haven't seen you in a month. I'm mainly here today to give some commentary about this meeting, who these people are, and what they do. Ostensibly, this meeting is a meeting of the Police Commission, which is supposed to be a civilian oversight body that keeps the police in check, holds them accountable, makes sure they don't do any of the bad shit that we see them do all the time. However, as people who come to this meeting regularly know, and as you know, I'm sorry that woman who came in and spoke about her problems isn't still here, but nothing actually ever happens when people come to this meeting. They come to this meeting, they say their sad thing that was usually caused by the police, and some very, you know, gentle detective comes out somewhere from the right side of the room and says, oh yes, we'll speak to you privately in the back about this. There's a reason these motherfuckers keep coming back. It's because you guys don't fucking do anything. Look, we got the guy from the OIG, aka the PIG, not even fucking paying attention. We got the chief texting on his phone, doing some sort of little hand signal. Welcome back. I hope to see you here more often, where your job happens. We have Django Shibley, who came from the UK, is an expert in, you know, non-lethal weapons and you know, non-violence. Got to stop the cops from shooting people. Welcome. Maybe try fucking doing that. They seem to be shooting people. They've shot more people this year than last year at this time. 20 more people, 60 fewer shootings, I think the chief said in his report, 20 more officer-involved shootings than last year. So really, if you consider the police as a criminal organization, we're actually only down 40 shootings, and 20 of them have gone, you know, largely uninterrupted and probably uninvestigated, except by Matthew, who really does not seem to be doing shit aside from sending sanitized data to the police commissioner so that he can, or to the police chief so that he can lie to the public about what's happening in the streets. I will note, this meeting is at 9:30 a.m. on Tuesdays. You only let 15 people talk. We live in a city of 4 million people. A lot of people interact with the cops and a lot of people have something to say. You'd probably be better suited listening to them, trying to adjust your behavior and trying to keep your department in check than doing whatever the fuck it is you're doing right now. However, we all know that's not gonna happen because the police are fundamentally corrupt. They are in the pockets of LA's, you know, elite real estate developers, etc., and they don't really care about doing their jobs. So that's the backdrop. Fuck 12, free Palestine.
The next speaker, please, Tron San, huh? Tron San, huh?
Good morning, Police Chief, and good morning, everybody. So today, I think you let me talk a little bit longer. I My name is Chan Sơn Ha. I think a lot of people know me. Every Saturday and Sunday, I demonstration at Huntington Beach Pier, California, every Saturday and Sunday. And I, again, the big worldwide corporation, corrupt system, they control America with the failed president, United States of America. You know, this is big, this is very dangerous. If failed president, failed the system, they kill everybody in jail, in mental hospital, and in hospital every day. So nobody talk about it. But I'm here to tell you the system failed, we need to fix it. Then the city Huntington Beach, they call the MAGA city. They threatening me a lot. Then they send 12 police officers. They arrest me. I'm handicapped, you know, they took me down and put handcuff on my arm, my leg. They put me in police car. They put me in police car. They took me into the jail. They put me in there 4 hours. Then they do some kind of paperwork for me. Then they say, you get out and then go to the courthouse and they see me over there. So then they put like 3 city lawyers to suing me. I'm violation to the whatever they say, the court, or I'm the bad guy, you know. So then I go to the courthouse with them, and they say to my district attorney, Orange County district attorney, they say, I have to accept I'm guilty. I say, no, I'm not guilty. I demonstration, I protect the Huntington Beach city, I protect all American people, I protect the judge, the lawyer, why, including the President of the United States of America. I protect him too. Why are you suing me? Then my district attorney go tell to the city Huntington Beach lawyer, and they say, oh, okay, we drop the case. We don't sue you. No, done. This means they liar. They lie very dangerous to America. So everybody in this room, if you MAGA, you're wrong in America. We need to fix it. Stop killing American people. We need to stop it. Thank you. Oh, another thing, I come to the LA.
Thank you.
I come to the police. I come here.
Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you.
Call the next speaker, please.
The next speaker, please, is William Good.
Thank you.
Good morning. Teresa, you have no business being president of this commission. Actually, you don't even deserve to be on this commission at all, let alone president. Rasha should probably be president, but of course, because Karen Bass is hurting with Latinos, that's the reason why you're here, okay? It's a craven move on her part, but that's why you're in this position. And again, you have no business being here. Again, we get 45 minutes public comment, 45 in a city, like you said, of 4 million people. That's 15 speakers. And you canceled last week's meeting, so you should double up today. It should be an hour and a half. That's what should happen. That's right. And I'm going to tell you right now, I said this before, I've been at her house, been hanging posters and stuff. I say that we start going over to her house and holding public comment over there. Is that what you want? Because that's what's going to happen, Teresa. As for Mr. Pumpkin Face right here, this guy, he just asked you a question about the use of less lethals against reporters and against protesters. And you gave some bullshit answer about how, yes, some reporters are accidentally being shot, and even some officers are being shot by him. Well, you know what? If your officers are shooting other officers with 40 millimeters, then maybe you have a fucking problem where you shouldn't be using them at all. It's this basic shit. And then for you to lie to say that these reporters are accidentally being hit. I'm out there watching it happen, filming it happen, watching them being targeted, watching mounted officers point at who they want shot, and then they shoot them. You are so full of shit, Jim. You just lied to them. And it's not the first time you guys lied. The real chief, this guy is not the real chief. This guy is just a figurehead. The real chief is Dominic Choi. Everybody fucking knows it. He runs this place. And he was here 2 weeks ago when Jeff asked, have you gotten rid of those 72-hour briefings? He says, no, the 72-hour briefings are still going on. That's a fucking lie. It's a lie. So because of that, Mr. OIG, this is a formal complaint against Dominic Choi for lying to a member of the police commission. Get me that fucking CF number and email it to me. Now, you're trying to fight the restraining order that was put against you guys by a federal judge. And it's kind of fucking, it blows my mind that you think that, and his rationale is, if we aren't allowed to use less lethals against journalists, then we might have to be forced to use something more drastic. Like fucking bullets. We're talking about shooting bullets at journalists, and you're trying to get the city attorney to appeal this to the Ninth Circuit. We have no chance of winning. You're gonna take it to the Supreme Court? This is Karen Bass's LA right here, who has disdain for the public and for journalists.
Thank you. The next speaker, please. Andrew Gravener.
Oh, let's start off with the chief's report, which should be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes at every meeting since today, including the time that the chief was having his racist meltdown because black people may have to bring their kids here sometimes. That's about 14 minutes that everyone should be allocated per person to speak, since the chief took so darn long. And I'm not even including the time who ask a few softball questions and that. I turn it off during that because I want you to actually ask him some reasonable questions, things like that. But you don't really ask anything. You get lied to, you don't follow up, you never ask about it again. You don't ask follow-up questions. It's just a softball question that he can just basically make a narrative for, and it's a good soundbite for him to use later, basically. That's all that happens. You've got people so mad. You got the fucking Consulate General of Mexico coming out, from Mexico for LA, coming out to speak against what you're doing here. That's how bad this is getting. That's how bad Jim McDonald's leadership is. You have the power to fire him. You actually can on your own, fire Jim McDonald per the city charter. It's subject to appeal through city council, but you can fire him. And you've chosen not to, even though he lies to you repeatedly. He's violating numerous laws, injunctions, restraining orders, all this stuff. He's repeatedly assisting ICE. LAPD is shooting and killing more people every year, but you don't say anything. Nothing at all. So we have the consent agenda, lots of violence on this as usual, lots of really expensive holiday parties. Drones for the emergency services bomb squad? No. You have more funding to go party with ICE out in the middle of the desert. That's the Baker to Vegas event that ICE participates in, and you happily go party with them over there. You have on here, you've got the officer hiring process. Now, McDonald mentioned all kinds of lies. It is proven that LAPD does not have the budget to hire more officers than was allocated in the budget. You don't have the approval to do that. And there's no workaround. You're just hoping to ask for forgiveness later, which unfortunately they'll probably give you over at city council. But you're violating your own budget. Your own budget prohibits you from hiring more than the amount of officers you have. You should and fuck the budget proposal. Defund the LAPD. You're defunding the rest of the city while getting more and more money and causing so much violence. Teresa, let everyone speak today. There's so many people here. There's a lot more people on Zoom. Let us all speak. You have plenty of time.
Thank you. The next speaker, Laura Anderson.
Hi, guys. So, yeah, I'm here again. My war to the public is to take down Scientology. I was a born and raised child. I know you'll listen because they've heard it all over and over again. We protest Scientology, the child abuses, the elderly neglect, literally on a daily basis. $47 a week. These Sea Org members, internal members, get paid. Like my father working at the Blue Building. My father used to be an executive, high member of the church. Now he's scrubbing dishes at the Blue Building because, gee, I wonder if it had anything to do with his rock star loud child screaming about the abuses that have been going on in Scientology through the LAPD. It all starts with the LAPD, right? Because we're not allowed to report crimes in Scientology anywhere, even as a public or an internal member. You're not allowed to report criminal crimes to the authorities. That is a policy in Scientology. So Tom Cruise, who you fucking all are all, woo, Tom Cruise here. I bet you'd sign up to him in a heartbeat if he showed up for something, right? He supports this. He knows that no Scientologist is allowed to report rape or child abuse or elderly abuse. Okay? They are not allowed. If they do report it, they get expelled. They get disconnected like I did. They get declared a suppressive person, an SP. They can no longer speak to anybody that is ever a Scientologist or any family members that are associated with Scientology. Therefore, I'm left protesting outside of the Blue Building, screaming for my dad, hoping that somehow the de-brainwashing that he's been put into through the city's approval, Scientology's been approved through all, Fire, LA, the mayor, Karen Bass has been on their stage. Why? Why are you guys on the board? Why do you hold a position if you're afraid to kick somebody out that has a fucking issue with nothing being done? Why? I can do the position. I'll do it. Why not have 2 hours when you fucking cancel a meeting where this is the only outlet to let this shit out? Who else? We've done everything else. So yes, I will stand up here and shake with my PTSD because my family is still being ripped apart. And not only that, you guys support it. LAPD goes and goes, oh, it's a Scientology thing. Oh, okay, send these cops. Send these ones from the Northeast Division. Why? Why do I have to pick and choose through the LAPD, who I believe is honest? Because they're not many. Why can't you guys openly speak about the fucking issues? Don't be afraid of people being upset. Yes, we're going to comment and say shit because it's not going away. And if you're not going to do it, then don't be on the board.
The next speaker, Charmaine Janayor. Charmaine. Oh, Charmaine. Michael Ackerman. Oh, Charmaine. Yes.
Yes, my name's Charmaine Elizabeth Johnson. I first came to Los Angeles in 2020. I was lured into a home, robbed by Spanish gang members. The LAPD lied to me and said that they didn't have my belongings and I couldn't retain them. And I ended up leaving Los Angeles. My car was taken from me and ended up catching a bus without my baggage. It was also robbed from me, planned by the LAPD also. And went back to Florida with promise that, you know, what they wanted actually was my business plans, which were in my purse. I returned to Los Angeles with, I had promise of a significant other here. I was lured here deceptively, and I found that the LAPD are laundering my business in collaboration with the FBI. They are using my identity, apparently marrying my name behind my back, marrying people behind my back to launder and use my intellectual property. They openly are indicating it in Skid Row, using people as actors. It's like a circus. I am being murdered with chemicals put in my foods, in my consumables, in both my food and my beverages. And, you know, it's a detrimental situation. I think a lot of high ups, people, I'm sure, the chief of police, I'm sure you do know about what's happening. You know, if you don't, I'd be very, very surprised that you don't know about it. It needs to stop immediately. If people are married in my name, that needs to be negated. It needs to be reversed. Annulments need to be made, and my intellectual property returned and stop being used illegally. It's, you know, when you use someone's intellectual property, you can be imprisoned, and it is a serious crime. I'm being dispensed date rape drugs on the streets of Skid Row as a woman, and I'm being violated in the night. It's a very, very serious situation that needs to be addressed immediately. I need my belongings back, my businesses. I need to be off the street and conducting my businesses that I've been to university to and actually spent all my capital to implement. It's unethical, it's devastating, and it's evil, and it needs to stop immediately. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next speaker, Michael Ackerman.
Good morning. First issue, I sometimes get an inkling that public representatives like you don't really like oral public comments, though it's part of the job you signed up for. I actually prefer submitting written public comments, and I've done it here twice, and they failed to appear twice. Maybe it was a technical glitch, maybe it was intentional, but it should be addressed. Second, the LAPD recently criticized a court decision to enjoin them from shooting less lethal weapons at journalists, saying that it may, quote, compromise officer safety. I actually applaud the LAPD for not remaining silent on what it considers to be bad court decisions, but if you're going to start criticizing court decisions, why not call out ones which actually compromise officer safety? Decades of misinterpreting the Second Amendment. The LAPD should say that any court that allows semi-automatic weapons in civil society has police officers' blood on its hands. Third, I'm very concerned about abuse of closed session and serial meeting violations. Just about anything police do involves the criminal process, so you should not let any threat of civil litigation circumvent what should be public and open processes. Last and most important, the police here and elsewhere are simply not doing the core part of their jobs. They are failing to make required records, and they are failing to seriously investigate allegations. Some crimes produce obvious evidence. A smash and grab will have things which are smashed and grabbed, but extortion produces no evidence. If someone is threatened with violence, if they go to the police, they'll never report it. And the chief will honestly report an apparent low crime rate, despite there being a very high crime rate. This will not be fixed unless officials like you ask the governor to send a handful of investigators from the National Guard to look into police misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker. I'm sorry, I can't see this. Peggy Lee Kennedy.
Thank you for calling my name. You know, I came here to be with my comrades who aren't getting enough time for public comment, but I have to tell you that I also want to talk about the police, the LAPD in the area where I stay, Pacific Division. I was looking, I'm a retired accountant, by the way, many years. I was chief financial officer of an international organization. I know a lot about accounting. I just grazed your budget attached to your agenda, and you're asking for $10 million for LAPD overtime with homelessness in the next year's budget. And I have to tell you, that's insane. I watch all these officers standing around all the time while unhoused people are being made to move 10 feet for no reason, none. And what are they doing there? Who are they protecting? What crime has happened? I mean, homelessness is the crime. And the fact is that most of these people are disabled. Where is reasonable accommodation? No, hurry up, move, or we're going to throw your stuff away while you're not looking. And the LAPD are standing there protecting the trashing of unhoused people's belongings, what they need to survive. And that's what they're doing. And honestly, some of these officers that are standing around, and I've seen groups of them, like 8 and 10, it's crazy. Look, some of these officers, and I don't want to body shame anybody because I'm overweight and I'm disabled, but I could probably outrun a few of them, right? It's bad. Why are they standing around? What are they doing and who are they protecting? And now you want $10 million for overtime for these people? That's insane. That's completely insane. And you're just standing, you're just sitting here? What are you going to do, approve it? Send it to the budget committee so they can approve it? It's a crime what's going on out there. Look, last week, like 6 cars surrounded this woman in this bus, and she just wanted to drive away. She lives in a bus. She works 3 jobs, one of them with the city of LA. And she just wanted to drive away, and they blocked her from getting in her vehicle so that they could tow her away. Somehow, she got in through a hatch on the roof. Come on, people. She's in her 20s. She's black. What is wrong with this situation? Oh, some house person got upset because she was parked on that street.
Speaker Jason Reedy.
All right, so LAPD pigs Augustine Hernandez and Jay Weber murdered Hugo Polanco in Watts, another person in mental crisis that you gave a death sentence. November 15th, 1998, you murdered beloved Watts resident Daryl Chubby Hood, who was in mental crisis. Again, you keep murdering people in mental crisis. Now, pig Bailey Magna crashed his Tesla into a pole at 2 a.m. on the morning of November 8th, going so fast that his car burst into flames, resulting in the sweetest of pig roasts. And the LAPD chose to, quote, honor the sacrifice of Bailey. Jim, what sacrifice did he make? What honorable act was he in the midst of? Now, I'm no detective, but everything points to this hog driving drunk and killing himself, which is what you guys would classify as suicide by cop, right? Now, I want to point out, as this department will commence its yearly education series to the public on DUIs, that the LAPD closed my public records request. We'll give you a second, Papa. Without answering how many current LAPD pigs have been arrested for DUI and how many current LAPD pigs have been arrested for DUI while on duty. Now, tell me, Jeffrey, how is not knowing that info in the interest of the public? These drunk pigs are driving your cars, right? And LAPD can't even provide a number. Nobody asked for names, ranks, or any identifying information. Now, speaking of closing PRAs, the LAPD continues to prevent the release of its crime data, citing that it would lead to public panic and that your arrest data that tracks arrests is unavailable due to structural errors and duplicate entries. Now, we've never trusted any data that flows from this department or is managed by this department, but the idea that LAPD is so hesitant releasing this data because they claim it wouldn't be in the interest of the public is so far-fetched even for this department. Now, the LAPD wants to add $359 million to its operational budget, and this commission gave the public 3 days, 16 hours, and 42 minutes to review 287 pages of pig waste. Let me highlight one of the bogus asks. There's 32 TAC Pack tabletop radios at $8,000 a pop. Now, a quick search online shows that those go for just under $1,200. So somebody's making a killing as usual within the LAPD. And who is getting these kickbacks on these purchases? Now, for the record, y'all had your little graduation last Friday for 27 pigs from your June class, 16 pigs for the March class, 21 pigs for the January class, yet you're asking for funding for 40 pigs per recruit class in this request. This comes after council members had to publicly call y'all out for going over your hiring for this fiscal year, and even then, the department only estimated that y'all were going to hire 31 piglets per class. Now, which commissioner is going to ask about their breakdown today? LA pigs are responsible for half the tax in this country on journalists so far in 2025, and Jim McDonald is claiming that media on the ground at protests have quote-unquote ill intent and are gaining access to areas behind the pigs to potentially interfere, escalate, and assault pigs, but can't point to a single instance of this ever happening. Again, another lie from the non-lips of this swine. Now, I know this commission has forgotten about Jerry Estrada, but we won't. The video of this killing that you released is highly edited as usual, and of course not in the 5 megapixel resolution that your Axon body cams toot to the public. How convenient as their family will have to sue the city to find out the name of that pig. And again, you'll do whatever you need to do to protect them. Fuck y'all.
Thank you. And Madam President, we have reached the public comment limit time.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to extend. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to extend an additional 30 minutes. Call the next speaker.
The next speaker, please, is John Avalos. John Avalos, please. John Avalos, please.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Yeah, this is like the 4th meeting where I sign a card and then you cancel the meeting you cancel us. Pretty bad. My name is John Avalos. I live over here in Eagle Rock. I wish the ambassador from Mexico was still here. Just wanted to reiterate to him that the problem is that you're acting like a police meeting. You're the police department's, you're a meeting of all the police. That's what you are. You are not what we thought you are. You're not a oversight by the community. Are you? Is that what you think you are? Because in the newspapers and in the media, it's very confused. It's not clear. And Mr. Khan was here the other day giving history of how the police commission, you guys have been here since what, the 1800s? Something, and it's the same situation. Oh, anyway. Yeah, you're not a community oversight or community control. You are not. You're not. The media doesn't want to fix that either. Somehow the news people, they just treat you like you're the police department, right? They treat them like the decisions they make, it looks like, well, that they're the police department. They got to make, no, something's not right. And then what was this about the city attorney? You introduced the gentleman over there at the end. I've been studying the videos of your meetings for a few years now. You always introduce him as the city attorney. What is his name? Not Barragan. Can I walk over there to read his name? I can't see it. Carlos. Okay, Carlos. Okay, he's the only one that's been here all the time for 7 years since I've been coming. Right. He's the only consistent figure. All of you are new. Then you always introduce him as the city attorney. But there is a city attorney. He's not the city attorney. And the media said that the city attorney wants the police to keep torturing the media that's out there, right? It was the city attorney that requested that you change the rules so that you can continue to abuse the reporters and the media. So it was you. It was you. You're the one that started all that. And nobody knows that, Carlos. Yeah, you introduce him, and look at it, what it says right there. It does not call him the city attorney on his plaque. It does not say that. That's what he is. So something is wrong there.
Thank you. The next speaker, Luis Cifuentes.
Hi, my name's Luis. I'm part of Centro CSL out of East LA Boyle Heights. I'm here to demand justice for Jeremy Flores, who was killed by your cops in July of this year in Boyle Heights. I think it's ridiculous that you're asking for a budget increase when you have not released the body cam footage. You never released the body cam footage. Everything is edited online, and we could find contradictory evidence that it is all rigged. Everything that you put out on there. And I recently seen the footage of when your officers killed the skateboarder in Highland Park. I want to say how fucking horrific that shit is. If I was in that situation where I kill somebody with my car, I'd be in jail. Your cops should be in jail. They should not be shielded from the law when they break a law. And I see a lot of other instances of them breaking. You talk about how you need a budget increase because of how much crime there is. Look at your own officers and how much crime they're committing as well, like driving under the influence while on duty and giving drugs and alcohol to underage people. That's ridiculous. Calling people racist slurs and things like that. Like, these are not things where a department or of any kind that should be getting more money. They should be decreased by a lot. And the cop that killed somebody with a car, like, no amount of money can fix a fucking idiot like that at all. Like, there's a lot of idiots in this department that should be in jail. Like, for instance, like the cops that killed Jeremy Flores, like, after they killed Jeremy, they sent in the SWAT to tear gas him. Like, who does that? Like, we demand that the body cam footage be released, the whole thing, not edited, no bullshit whatsoever. And we demand that the cops, Fernando Godinez, Libero Jimenez, and Michael Reyes be charged with murder and negligence. Thank you.
Next speaker, please, Derek.
Good morning, pigs. I'm here today, as my comrade was, to demand justice for Jeremy Flores, killed on July 14th, 2025. I'm here to demand that the unedited body cam footage, not the LAPD OIS spectacle, be released. I'm also here to demand that officers Livier Jimenez, Francisco Godinez, and Michael Reese be jailed. It's unacceptable that they're still on the streets patrolling our community. And furthermore, I think it's ridiculous that LAPD is requesting an increase in their budget. For what? To continue to kill our people? To continue to terrorize our communities? After LAPD Hollenbeck division officers killed Jeremy Flores, they continue to harass his family. That's unacceptable. It is shameful. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Fuck you guys.
Next speaker, Gina Viola. Gina Viola.
So the real issue is that none of you are on the fucking streets of LA. People come here, they take their time to tell you what life is like living under the oppression of the LAPD. They're here telling you they're on the street, they see it. You have a public relations department that's enormous to spin those videos, that body cam footage, before it gets put out. That is shameful and despicable, and it's your job to do something about it. I agree with the Scientology woman. You guys need to quit. Quit your jobs and let her do it. If you're not going to be oversight, I mean, what is going on with Scientology? I mean, this is nuts. We've been hearing about this for decades. And you sit here silent? Your department continues to shrink, right? When I first started coming here, there were well over 10,000 sworn officers, LAPD. The number is much smaller, but you know what gets bigger? Your fucking budget. The budget gets bigger as your department gets smaller. You can't even make it make sense. You don't release all the line items to your budget. You know, at one point, Rashi, you said something about the department having resources. You have all the resources. You have effectively defunded the remainder of the city of Los Angeles because you have the lion's share of the budget. I need your officers putting goddamn streetlights in the back of those SUVs they drive around in and replace the streetlights. What keeps a neighborhood safe? Well-lit neighborhoods, right? Street lighting. There are entire neighborhoods that can't get streetlights replaced because you have defunded the rest of the city. There's no money for it. The things that truly do keep us safe, well-funded communities are not possible here anymore. And it's all because of our budget and the way you have a stranglehold over it. I don't understand what you do in these chairs. Hearing Soberoff's voice today was so triggering because he led the way to what this police commission is now. This police commission is a bunch of nonprofit people who get enriched by sitting on this board, right? Shane Murphy Goldsmith sat on this, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. Liberty Hill went from a small organization to an enormous one. Soberoff personally got to gentrify neighborhoods using the LAPD to do it, to then bring down the property values, buy property. I mean, come on. I mean, this is so textbook. I'm not making this up. You can Google it. I'm sure AI will show it to you. You all need to resign. You know, it's interesting that John Avalos pointed out that the two people that have been sitting on this commission as long as we've been coming here, you guys have seen this for decades, for a decade, at least a decade. You know what this is about. You know that the community is up here telling truths, and you guys are finding a way to spin it. That's all you're doing, using that giant PR department that you have 65 people now in the public relations department at LAPD. Is that how many there are? A department that needs 65 public
Thank you.
relations.
The next speaker, please, Quinn. The next speaker, Quinn. Okay. Grace. Oh, Quinn. One moment.
You're about to vote on the biggest LAPD budget in the history of the city. $2.27 billion operational budget and a projected $3.7 billion if the fixed liabilities are the same as last year. And you're doing it in a meeting where you've already decided that the public shouldn't be allowed to speak. That tells us everything we need to know. You don't want a budget discussion, you want a rubber stamp. Like William said, for a city of almost 4 million people, you give 45 minutes of public comment. This is the first time you've ever extended it. That's performance. That's not democracy, that's obstruction. And you hide behind logistics, behind Terrace's 3 Zoom call cap, behind canceling 1/3 of all meetings this year. You act like public comment is a burden, but the truth is you're terrified of what people would actually say if you had to sit here and actually listen. Because this budget is a moral document and it exposes you. LAPD is proposing to spend billions of dollars on a department that steals, stalks, sexually assaults, and murders with impunity, brutalizes protesters, kettles crowds, and beats people with horses, lies openly about his collaboration with ICE, and can't even pretend crime is going up to justify the bloated request because crime is at a historic low. You can't justify this budget, so you silence us instead. So let's call this what it is, a bailout for cowards, violent institution whose only job is to protect capital, repress dissent, and prepare the city for a militarized Olympics. You're pouring hundreds of millions into surveillance technology, helicopters, predictive policing, and 5G routers for cruisers while youth programs get crumbs. Youth development gets 0.074% of what LAPD gets. This department says this needs more overtime, more toys, more weapons, more cyber infrastructure because it's preparing for 2028. Preparing for what? For raids? For counterinsurgency? For mass arrests when people protested displacement, the sweeps, the eviction machine that always accompanies the Olympics? You're building an army and you're doing it while pretending this is about public safety. But you know what this budget funds. More care sweeps disguised as services, more deportations through ALPR data pipelines, more collaboration with federal agents to kidnap our neighbors, more harassment and violence against Black, brown, houseless, disabled, and queer people. This isn't a budget, it's a blueprint for harm, and it's a declaration that you value police violence more than human life. And you're voting on it in a meeting where you've engineered the room so the public can't meaningfully speak. Because you know exactly what you're doing, and you, the people of the city, do not consent to it. So go ahead, pass your $2.27 billion police dollar war chest, give them their overtime, their new helicopters, the new Olympic surveillance infrastructure. Just understand that the reason this room is erupting, the reason you can't hold a meeting without disruption, the reason you keep cutting public comment is because the people know this commission has no legitimacy. You can silence speakers, you can shut down Zoom, you can cancel meetings, but you cannot hide what this budget makes clear. LAPD is the single largest line item of violence in this entire city, and every dollar you give them is a dollar stolen from the very.
Thank you. The next speaker, Grace.
3.7 billion dollars, as has been mentioned. You have 3.7 billion dollars going into the 2026-27 year. All of that, and Teresa still hasn't had an aide or someone paid well enough to explain to her how LAPD is aiding ICE. Teresa, in a real way, you sit up there time and again and your assimilationist is showing. Your budget reflects a bloated ledger of violence you unleash on us week after week. Teresa, did you know that Flock automatic license plate reader cameras are queried by ICE to track our community members? Teresa, did you approve the fact that an LAPD officer did a little tailgate in his car with ICE? It's a bummer DEI appointees like Teresa are so incompetent. Worse even, at least the white supremacist asshat Jeff recognizes that the people of LA are not cool with LAPD aiding ICE or the rise in police shootings. In an LA Times article, you, Teresa, were worried about police morale and recruitment. This guy can at least sell cars and see that LAPD aiding ICE and shooting people might cause distrust in the population. You're still sitting here genuinely confused why people don't call 911. When a few weeks ago, you were approving thousands of dollars of your $3.7 billion budget to the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, also a federal agency who regularly helps and aids ICE. In fact, the ATF was outside of Santee High School conducting an ICE raid last month. You know who else was there? LAPD. Officers didn't realize it was an immigrant enforcement operation. All that money for training, but you didn't train your officers to identify ICE, especially when their vests say HSI and ICE. It's really hard to identify when you're a pig if you can't read. LAPD sees the ICE vest and must get confused and keeps reading the letters LAPD. LAPD sees a car with an ICE agent inside and keeps thinking it's a police Ford Interceptor with your logo on the side. Over a month ago, we submitted a public records request about real-time crime centers, and you said you needed 14 days due to unusual circumstances, and then proceeded to respond by saying that the department doesn't have any real-time crime centers at this time, and that the information about them must be kept from the public. We know you're lying because we had a community member talk to an LAPD officer from Central Division, in which he straight up admitted to having a real-time crime center at Central Division, behind the watch commander's office, right? What are you trying to hide? Why are you refusing to share with the public about the literal war room that you have on 6th Street? And jokes aside, your officers are getting quite literally billions to terrorize our community members in Skid Row. Last Wednesday, I saw LAPD interrogate people for owning dogs and being unhoused at the same time. Then your pig stole my friend's home in front of my eyes at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, right before a fucking rainstorm came. You picked it up and towed it away. You took his photos, his identification cards, his bed, his blankets, his food, his entire fucking house, and you drove away on a fucking motorcycle. Those are your pigs. That's your violence. Fuck off.
The next speaker, please. Jamie Cusick. Jamie Cusick. Jamie.
All right. On Saturday, November 1st, before the Dodgers had even won their game, the LAPD swarmed into the streets to attack fans. LAPD Chief Pig McDonald didn't even bother to show up to the previous meeting of this sham commission, but that's all right. Assistant Chief Choi was here to lie on his behalf. Choi told this board that the Douglas and other Echo Park bars were shut down due to overcrowding, which was a blatant excuse for LAPD to kettle then attack hundreds of fans, families, and journalists who were just trying to celebrate the Dodgers win on Saturday. LAPD beat people with batons, tear gassed people, and charged at people with police horses in retaliation for behavior that was, as Choi claimed in his statement to this commission, quote unquote, unruly. Among Choi's other charges against the crowd, vandalizing city buses and Waymos, setting off fireworks, and engaging in so-called illegal street takeovers. I'm sorry, the streets of Los Angeles belong to us. They belong to the people. And, you know, in terms of what LAPD is supposed to do, to protect and serve, you know, why is it, who are they their job is, I guess, to protect city buses from being vandalized, to protect Waymos, driverless cars from being vandalized. They're there to protect us against fireworks being set off. And just, yeah, once again, like, we pay for this shit, you know? It's such fucking bullshit. LAPD's mounted unit charged into a kettled crowd of hundreds of people on November 1st. They knocked folks down with horses in order to more conveniently beat them with batons. A woman was knocked off her Lime bike by a police horse and then was arrested for allegedly injuring the 1,500-pound horse. Video footage clearly shows the woman attempting to bike around the horse, then getting knocked to the ground. The horse does not appear to have even been touched, let alone injured. Meanwhile, that woman was detained in LAPD custody for an exhausting, traumatizing 20 hours. Other footage from November 1st includes a video of a mounted officer charging into and striking a man who's calmly walking away from him with a baton. This video has been watched by at least a few members of this commission, including Rasha, who referenced it in the previous meeting as an example of concerning uses of force and asked if these incidents of officer violence were being investigated. Rasha, we know that the only reason that you paid such shallow lip service to that event was because that video went viral and has over 1.5 million views. Have any of you followed up on that after the fact?
Madam Secretary, call the next
The
speaker,
next
please.
speaker, Carolina Bueller.
I'm going to be quick just because I want more people to be able to talk. I just want Jim, I'm talking to you right now, so lock in. Just step down. It's not that hard. Like, nobody wants you to be the chief of police. Everyone, the people constantly request for you to step down. Why don't you just step down? Enjoy your life, you know, get to know like your family again, go on vacation. You're gonna be fine. Just step down, move on. And maybe like most of you out there, you know, why don't you guys just step down too and just kind of move on? Nobody wants you to be sitting there. So I'm gonna step away so more people can talk. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Audit Ellie.
Good morning. Hello? I don't think it's on. No worries. Thank you. I want to discuss what's been in our, I guess, first front page of the newspaper. It's Danny Masterson. If y'all remember him, he was on the 70s show, and he was convicted of date raping and 3 women, okay? The significance of that for me is that Danny Masterson is a Scientologist, and he's still in good standing, so much so that Scientology is working really hard to get him out of prison, even though his victims are no longer, they were in Scientology, but they have been declared suppressive, like Laura here, because they reported their violent rapes to LAPD. And it took them a long time. They had to go through, it took them years to even be able to come forward. So when I'm here saying victims don't come forward, I mean it. They don't. And when they do, okay, not only, yes, you did prosecute, you did your job, you investigated and you prosecuted. But then an article came out in the LA Times on April 4th of, I think it was 2024, saying that how when the investigations was happening, that the LAPD detectives and the DA detectives were being what is called fair gamed. They couldn't even get people to work on the case because the detectives and the DA people were saying that their houses were being broken into, they were being run off the road, And Scientology's, they're trying to get Danny Masterson out saying, oh, you guys you can't prove it was us, so it's anti-Scientology bias. This is ridiculous. If they come to my building and talk to my neighbors trying to get me, issues with my neighbors, and they call my family, and all I do is just come to city meetings, write emails, I can imagine what they did to actual people with power going against it. But mind you, even though they did this, and they're trying to get him out because of it, they're still on your CPAB. There's a CPAB meeting tonight. I guarantee you, Scientology, Miss Janet Whelan will likely be there. And you also did the Faith in Blue with them, which Laura and I were kicked out before we even got in. We just walked through the door and we got kicked out. And mind you, I want to let you know that the MC of that event, James Richardson, who's a Scientologist, was an adult who married a child bride. And they did not do that in California, because in California you had to go see a judge to make sure you're of a right mind or why you're marrying a child. So they ran, and this is Scientology doing it, not just them on their own, took them to Vegas because at the time they could just marry a child. And there's a child bride case right now in LA. And, and they also don't get permits for their buildings like at LA. I'm still trying to see if they had a permit for the structure that was built by slave labor at the Faith in Blue. And if there's no thing, if there isn't, you guys are you're gonna be liable. I mean, please separate from Scientology. Thank you.
The next speaker, Big Amy.
All right, good morning. So Chief, she said right now we are extending 30 minutes, and next time she is going to extend 2 hours. So my concern is that once she bend her knee once, she will bend her knee always. That's my concern. Second is that I believe that a victim always come forward. As a victim of stalking, online doxing, or whatever, I see numerous victims always come forward and always stand up and always speak up. One of my concern is right now there are some social viral TikTok, YouTube videos I'm aware recently that people just doxing, researching commissioner's home address, and then getting some sort of a protester, rioter team outside someone's home, and then stalking their cars, posting their information on social media so more people are aware of their residence. So yeah, Chief, I think that is a really, really a huge public safety concern, because are you aware Tom Homan, people surrounded Tom Homan's home in New York. The whole more than 100 personnel of DHS has to be involved to make sure Tom Homan is safe. So I think right now the same dirty tactics is happening to LA mayor, to you, to commissioner, to council member. So some sort of a protester can just randomly post searching those information, get those information, and stay out of your house 24/7. I mean, I think I'm very concerned. I don't know if you are concerned. I am thinking that is a murder waiting to happen. That is a protest threat waiting to happen. So I highly suggest you to increase either is your own security detail or maybe all of the commissioner or officer security detail. Right now, one LAPD officer arresting a gang member. The second day, the same officer's information, home address, whatever serial number, post certificate occurs on social media, and then that officer will receive some sort of bounty, $50,000 bounty on that officer. So right now, I'm just really, really concerned about the gangbanging, stalking, the gangbanging, doxing, and then the violation of their own privacy. Regardless, the officer did something right, something wrong, they also have their own right to privacy. So I'm really concerned about the safety threat of anyone.
Excuse me. The gentleman with the baseball cap sitting up front with a beige shirt. This is your first warning. This is your first warning. You are being disruptive. You may proceed. You may proceed.
Okay, so basically, I am just here to inform the LAPD chief. So all of those stalking, some sort of outside of your home protests are getting out of control, and I really wish that you can do everything to protect your officers' safety, because when they have to arrest the gangbangers, their safety will.
And that is the last speaker, Madam President. That is the last speaker, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This concludes public comment. The commission will now take a 10-minute break. Madam Secretary?
The commission is now back in open session. Please let the record reflect that Commissioner Garcia is present. We'll now call on item 3, consent agenda items A through R. Would any commissioners like to pull any items? Commissioner Shields?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Scobin?
Yes, I'd like to pull 3A and 3B.
3A and 3B. And Madam President, would you like to pull any items?
Pull 3A and 3B as well.
Okay.
Madam President, if I may, I need to make an amendment to item 3R. So if I can make that before the commission takes any action.
Okay. We now have items 3C through R on the floor. Do we have a motion?
Actually, Madam Secretary, can we pull number R?
Okay.
So that it's for the executive director to make some additional comments on that one.
Okay, we have item 3C through Q. Do we have a motion to pass 3C through Q?
There's a motion. 3.
Okay. Do we have a second?
There's you are being disruptive. The gentleman that's standing up, this is your first and last warning. Please sit down. Sergeant of Arms, please remove him.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Hey, so are we gonna talk about how the cops are still asking for a motion to allow them to shoot journalists with less people around?
You are being disruptive. The gentleman with the scarf and the white mask on. This is your first and last warning. Please sit down. Mr. Sergeant of Arms, please just remove this individual. Okay, the gentleman in the green shirt with the glasses, you're being disruptive. This is your first and last warning. Sergeant of Arms, please remove this gentleman. You may proceed, Madam Secretary.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to accept agenda items C through Q. All in favor, say aye.
I say aye.
Okay, excuse me. There is a continuous disruption. This meeting is being disruptive. Sergeant of Arms, you are to remove everybody from the floor, please. Okay. We're going to declare a recess until the room is cleared. Good morning, everyone. Madam Secretary?
We are now back in open session. On the floor, we have agenda items 3C through Q. Do we have a motion to approve the recommended board actions?
Yes, there is a motion to approve 3C through 3Q.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motions pass. We'll now hear consent agenda 3A relative to the 2025 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program, and we have Captain Ortiz on Zoom. Give me a second to bring her up. Thank you. Captain Ortiz, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. And I'm here with Sergeant Sean Carmody. He's also our STEP grant coordinator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scobin, did you have questions for Captain Ortiz?
Really a comment slash ask. In reviewing the grant, I recognize that part of it, specifically phase 3, has a requirement to submit a quarterly performance report. I just ask that the commission also get a copy of that performance report as well when it's sent.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
In reviewing it, there's no reason why I would not vote to grant the $6,400,005 between this grant award between the city and the Office of Traffic Safety. But, and I understand that it is to address traffic safety issues. And the report, I think, is from October 2025 to September 2026. Like I said, I do support the grant, and I would just request, like Commissioner Scobin indicated, a quarterly report. But I want to really focus on a report that includes the date of traffic collisions, injuries, the injury-causing collisions, where they occur, and also hit and run and where they occur. I think knowing the occurrence of these three factors not only addresses the public safety issues of the neighborhoods where these occur, but I think it helps the community understand and know where all these issues are occurring in the city. So I would request that the 4 bureaus, the LAPD bureaus, have the breakdown of these the traffic data, traffic collision data, the injury-causing collisions, the occurrence, and the hit-and-run occurrence. Captain?
Yes, I mean, certainly the separate bureaus can produce that information for you. That may be a little separate and different from some of the information that we produce in the grant, but certainly it can be done.
And going back to the request regarding a quarterly report, when would you consider the at the end of the first quarter? Would that be February, March of next year?
I'll let Sergeant Carmody answer that question.
Yes, so it's generally for OTS purposes, it's 30 days after the first quarter. So it'd be January, end of January is the first quarter for this grant that we would submit our stats to OTS. So that's the rule, is 30 days after the first quarter for each 3-month period.
Okay, so can we request that the quarterly report be given to the commission by early February?
Yeah, of course.
All right, we will work with Mr. Sibley on that. All right, I think that's it for 3A, Madam Secretary.
We gotta vote.
We're going to vote that the commission accept the grant application and award transmittal for the 2025-2026 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program Grant.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Captain Ortiz.
Thank you.
Now we'll have agenda item 3B relative to the professional services agreement between the City of Los Angeles and In Charge Energy. We have Police Administrator Gabrielle Ganaprazo. Hi.
Good morning. Your name again?
Then, there we go. The G is silent, and then it's phonetic after that. So
Okay.
Just wanted to share, it's an honor to be here. President Sanchez Gordon, and honorable police commissioners and chief of police. It's day 2 for me here at
Thank you.
Facilities Management Division. I'm super excited.
Thank you. Welcome.
Lieutenant Chris Porter, Facilities Management Division, Assistant Commanding Officer. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, I believe that Commissioner Scobin has a question.
Yeah, I have a few questions on this. I'd like to hear a bit more about what due diligence was done to get to this point where the department feels that in order, the way to get the chargers and the corresponding infrastructure in certain locations, that spending $4 million with this outfit was the best way of accomplishing that and most efficient way of accomplishing that goal.
Yeah, so this, starting off, this is a Sourcewell agreement, so it's a master service agreement with the state of Minnesota. And what that does is it gives federal buying power, and it leverages at a masterless cost, so the cost for purchase is is less. So with that $4 million, we're looking at upgrades at Motor Transport Division and the Police Administration Building. We're looking to increase the fleet of electric vehicles. So this is directed by Senate Bill 32, which is part of the Health and Safety Code, Safety Code 38566. That gives the State Authority Board the authority for reducing greenhouse emissions. So within that, there's the mayor's directive, Executive Directive number 25, and this contract furthers those efforts. So for example, with that $4 million, we're looking at $2.7 million for the construction of the chargers itself and the infrastructure at MTD, Motor Transport Division, at PAB, at 7 other sites. Also, there's 9 total city entities, including the fire department, that's jumping on this contract.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is this contract is, having said all that, is for the purchase of and implementation of EV chargers at various locations.
Correct.
So I'm curious, I just understanding the source, but were there other either companies looked at or contractors looked at to do this, or other ways of accomplishing acquiring these chargers?
Yeah, so this was a mayor's directive, and the mayor's office really furthered those efforts. Actually have Michael Samuelson here with the Office of the Mayors. He's actually here and could speak to the contracting process. He's the deputy mayor of Bureau of Electrification at the mayor's office, but there was a Sourcewell agreement per Charter Section 371, I believe it's E, competitive bidding is not required. They went out, saw that this is the best. There's already a master services agreement that local agencies can use across the nation, and City of LA is using that agreement. But if Michael, if I know he's here, if you want to come over and speak more to the contracting process from a city standpoint, that'll be great, because it's not just LAPD, but there's 8 other city entities that are using this contract as well.
State your name again, please.
Michael Samulon, I think Deputy Director Electrification in the Mayor's Office of Energy and Sustainability.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I can answer your question. First of all, this was done through due diligence by the General Services Fleet Department in collaboration with other stakeholders from the different departments who will be using this contract. So they did do due diligence, but the real need for this contract is coming out of an abrupt exit of the previous city vendor, Shell. So they left in March, giving the city 3 months of notification ahead of this. So we've been sort of triaging the charger situation since then, looking for something that we could get to quickly. There was due diligence done, looked at a bunch of different companies through GSD and their fleet. They identified this as both a local contractor that has a very strong fleet background, which is what we were missing before. And so they determined that for this short period of coverage, I think this is about a 1.5-year contract with an option for 1 year. This is what's needed right now just to get things moving forward with an RFP to be done in a year, let's say, or something like that.
I understand that there's no competitive bidding required, but I'm curious, I didn't see it in the contract, but is any part of the contract where the vendor is going to identify any potential city or state rebate programs to help offset the cost of all this infrastructure?
So the city has been participating in the direct pay program through the federal government. Unfortunately, with the new administration, it's coming to an end. But for projects that were completed last year and this year, we will be putting, the CAO is taking charge to get money through all of that. We do look at other incentive programs, and for example, there's a California Energy Commission municipal incentive program that we know will be coming out soon. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. We do track all of that. I inform our different stakeholder departments through the monthly EV task force about all this kind of stuff. And where there are vehicle rebates, those often happen at the point of sale. So the HVIP program is a typical one used by a lot of our city departments. The OEM is responsible for identifying and applying for those. And then we don't pay the taxes that would incur give us the ability to take advantage of the $7,500 federal tax credit, which no longer exists at this point. But there were other mechanisms to get that stuff, and we had been taking advantage of those on some occasions, but not all occasions.
The reason I'm asking so many questions is not because I don't support electrification or the infrastructure. I'm aware that there are LADWP rebates, significant dollars available for companies and city departments that are looking to, invest in EV infrastructure. And so recognizing that we're at a time with immense budget restraints, there's a lot of things that we're looking to fund. Every dollar matters. And so when you look at a contract that starts out at $4 million for, a couple hundred chargers, I would have hoped that, there at least was looking at, are there any government programs that could have helped offset the expense? And I would still encourage you to look into that, because it'd be a great scenario if you were able to accomplish your goal and not spend that $4 million. And I think based on the information that I have and the experience that I have, I think there may be that opportunity to still accomplish what you're looking to accomplish and not spend all those dollars.
I appreciate that, and we definitely will. So we do have MOUs between certain departments and DWP to help offset costs, and I think that's definitely something we're going to need to do for the PD. And I don't want to temper expectations here, but these guys need way more than $4 million. This is just the beginning. If we're going to get chargers installed at all of their facilities, which is the future, that's where this is going. This, 10 years down the line, we should expect to see lots of pursuit vehicles that are electrified and all this kind of stuff. All of this kind of work needs to happen. And frankly, the big expenditure is not the charger itself, it's the electrical upgrades. So we're very much intending to and have been talking to DWP about that. No one expects this to happen overnight. That is not the goal here, but PD actually has been a leader in electrification since 10, 11 years ago under Vartan Yagigian, for those who remember their initial foray into chargers and EVs. And they actually have a lot of equipment right now, but it is reaching sort of end of lifetime because it's 10 years old. This is sort of when it was put in and said, oh, who knows how long these things last. We kind of know now that for a lot of this equipment, not the electrical equipment behind the chargers, but for the chargers themselves, a lot of that stuff is coming to the end of its useful life cycle. So just to be aware, we definitely need to find other money. We need to find public dollars where it's available. We need to see DWP where they can help. But $4 million is just getting it started, just to set expectations.
Yeah, I think there may be opportunities now to take advantage of some government dollars to help, if that investment or more is going to be made, that we get as much value for those dollars as possible. Got it. Thank you.
Any other question from the Commissioner? Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you so much.
Do we have a motion to approve the recommended board action?
Yes, there is a request for approval of the professional services agreement between the City of Los Angeles and In Charge Energy, Inc. for electric vehicle charging services. Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 3R, the Executive Director's Report relative to the official police garage towing and storage rates for 2026.
So, Madam President, I have an amendment to an attachment to this report. So we're talking about attachment number 4 on page 3 of that attachment. There is one line in the table there which says maximum reimbursement for salvage vehicles. That line should be removed from the table. And so I would request that you move forward with this, with that amendment. Everything else remains the same.
The attachment 4, page 3. So moved?
Madam President, so you would, if you intend to approve the action, you would approve the document with that amendment, and that would be the motion.
Yes, approve the Executive Director's Report, the amendment to the attachment 4, page 3, is that correct?
Approve the document with that amendment.
Yes, approve the document with that amendment. Madam Secretary?
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Now we'll move on to agenda item 4, the verbal presentation on Executive Director 14, modernizing the officer hiring process. And we have Deputy Chief Pinto and Captain Rubalcaba.
All right. Could you just state your names again, please?
Yes, good morning, President.
Chief?
Thank you, Commissioners Rasha, Shields, Fabian Garcia, and Jeff Scobin. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'd like to acknowledge our Chief of Police, Jim McDonald, Executive Director Django Sibley, Inspector General Matthew Barragan, and our Deputy City Attorney Carlos de la Guerra. As you know, I'm Deputy Chief John Pinto from Human Resources Bureau. With me is Captain Lisa Rubalcaba, Commanding Officer of Recruitment and Employment Division, and Mr. Vincent Cordero, Chief Personnel Analyst in Classifications and Workforce Development. Just so we're clear, Mr. Cordero is assigned to our city personnel department, not LAPD. Just want to underscore the collaboration nature of our work together. We're here today to discuss the Mayor's Executive Directive 14, issued September 11, 2025, which sets the framework for modernizing and accelerating the city's hiring and workforce practices. Before turning over to Captain Rubikava, I'd just like to hit 3 key points of this executive directive. The first one will be the modernization of our recruitment efforts. The second one will be the streamlining of our hiring. And the third one will be the strengthening of our coordination. These priorities guide our current efforts and reinforce the importance of partnerships with our personnel department. With that, I'll turn it over to Captain Lisa Rubikava for a more detailed overview with the PowerPoint presentation of the directive and its implementation with our Recruitment and Enforcement Division and Personnel Department. Thank you.
Good morning. First, I just want to say thank you to the Board of Police Commissioners for having us to speak on this topic today. I'm genuinely excited about the change that has occurred since the implementation of ED 14 in September and our collaborative efforts with our partners at the City Personnel Department as a result of this. So like the Chief stated, on September 11th of this year, let's see, we had Executive Directive 14 was implemented, which directed the Personnel Department to create a staff that was dedicated specifically to us at LAPD in our hiring efforts. And the 3 key takeaways from that are that we work together to develop and implement the written protocols and a case management agreement, which will expedite the selection process. Second thing is to establish benchmarks for the duration of each stage, which is aiming for ultimately a 180-day selection process, and ensuring that the process is expedited to maximize the classes with the most qualified candidates. So what we've demonstrated here on this slide is the current process and compared to the proposed changes that we've been working with our partners, and Mr. Cordero has been the lead on that with the city personnel side. So the current process is taking an average of 322 days, which has obviously been concerning for everybody, specifically our candidates who are qualified and maybe even leaving us to go to other agencies. So we've been working together and come up with a proposed process that will take an average of approximately 180 days once implemented. And we put timeframes on each step of the process. So if you look, what's highlighted in the blue, the application will now contain a supplemental questionnaire, which will be in the beginning, and that will ask extremely important questions that we have found in the current process to be coming up later on in the process, which exhausts resources as the candidates go through the process and takes away resources and dedicates them towards people that we won't be hiring. And so with that supplemental questionnaire, we aim to screen down our candidates to the most qualified from the onset rather than in the end stages of the process. After that, we will administer the multiple choice test. And after you see that the timeframes have been included in that, so that will be a 1-week window with the physical abilities tests coming next with a 2-week window. That will change from the current status of what we have as a physical fitness qualifier that is advisory. This will now be a pass or fail because we have seen in also studying the attrition rates in the academy that seems to be one of the #1 issues that the candidates face once they enter the academy. So we're going back to what we used to practice, which is a pass or fail test for that. After that, the department interview will take place, and a week later, they will have to submit their personal history statement form, which is a post-mandated form. It's approximately 32 pages in length, and it's one of the most detailed portions of the hiring process. That will actually, the PHS will be reviewed at that point, but it will be given to them for completion in the beginning stages. After that, they will move on to the polygraph, and after that to the medical evaluation. One of the things that we have found out in the current process is that we've allowed them to either go to polygraph or medical, not in a linear method, which we'll be doing with the new process, but they go to one or the other, and that causes confusion and problems. And so as we streamline this process, we're looking to make it a linear process where everybody has to go through the same stages in the same order. So the polygraph will be first, followed by the medical. After that, they'll move on to field investigation, which is commonly known as backgrounds, which the goal is to take 90 days on that. And then after they pass their backgrounds, they'll move on to the psychological evaluation. Once they pass the psychological evaluation, they're then certified by hire, and then as the hiring authority, I review the package and have the ultimate say if that candidate is qualified to move on to the police academy. I know that we're here to discuss ED 14, but I would be remiss if we didn't discuss our recruitment efforts that are currently ongoing, because I would like to highlight the positive nature of that. So we do have our marketing campaign with VGCA, formerly known as the Very Good Creative Agency, now just VGCA, with a heavy, robust social media campaign, and additionally our recruitment efforts with our recruitment section, where we're visiting colleges, military bases, attending community events, more recently liaising with our operations divisions throughout the city, the 21 geographic areas, and attending events with them and attending job fairs. So as you can see, our applications have gone up. If you look at the current fiscal year through November 1st, as opposed to the same dates last fiscal year, roughly by 1,000 applicants. I believe that is a measure of success from the current campaign. There was just a meeting actually this morning, which I can update you on at a later time, because it occurred simultaneously with the beginning of this meeting. But I did receive some information from the officer in charge of my recruitment section, who had a meeting with VGCA. We did get some statistics back that showed extreme high viewing on all the platforms that they provide for us. Here's a look at our hiring demographics for fiscal year 24, 25, and then 25, 26. And then that's against our current sworn department employees. And then we've included the city population so that we can see how we compare to that. We do realize that our recruitment efforts specific to certain ethnicities and obviously females, as you can see a decline in 25, 26 compared to 24, 25. We are working with VGCA on targeting specifically those areas to get qualified candidates so that we can more mirror the population of the community we serve. And then our average class sizes are at 31 per class this fiscal year, which is comparable and identical, coincidentally, to those numbers of last year. I would like to note, more importantly, though, that while we're not trending upward yet, and I'm confident that we will be with the implementation of ED 14, that the attrition rate has been reduced significantly once they enter the academy. So last fiscal year, the attrition rate was at an average of 24%, and this fiscal year we are currently at 13%. So that tells me that we're putting the right candidates into the academy. So while those numbers might look the same, I think that it's important to note that when we hire people, it also includes their success rate through the academy and those that we graduate in the academy. So a couple things that I would like to add before I turn it over to you for any questions, or just to reiterate the partnership and the collaborative efforts between us and the personnel department. So since the implementation of ED 14, we meet weekly, Vince and his team, myself and my team, and we are going over the current benchmarks because our goal is to have a new hiring bulletin done by the end of next month, and I believe that we are on track to make that happen. So currently, we've established and streamlined protocols for the PHS process, the personal history statement process, which is obviously one of the biggest asks of our candidates. It's that 32-page questionnaire that I told you about that's a post mandate. And so we've actually been working with Post also to overcome some obstacles and some rules that have been implemented prior that were not necessary or required by Post that were causing roadblocks in the system. So we've done an overhaul of that and have worked together to achieve success and reduce our backlog down to pretty much nothing. So there's been great success with that. And currently we're developing written protocols for the field investigation or backgrounds portion so that we have that in writing, because consistency is key, and we need to make sure that our partners on the city personnel side along with us are producing the same type of work and level of work and the same type of thorough background investigations. So definitely moving in the right direction. Weekly meetings, daily meetings with Vince and his team. And I think the key thing also to take away from this that we've done in the past, and I know COVID stopped a lot of things, but I think we need to look back at what was working before, were the one-day hiring events. So I'm very excited to say that we're going to be bringing back the one-day hiring events. we're looking at 1 day a month where the candidates will be able to come and do 3 to 4 steps of the process in 1 day, which will essentially eliminate the first month to 2 months of the process in 1 day if they complete their PHS along with the other test parts that they'll do. And then they will essentially leave that day going into backgrounds if they pass everything. So we should be able to get those that are interested in that through in 4 to 5 months. And Madam
Okay.
President, I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, well, I'm sure our commissioners do have some questions. Commissioner Shields, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. I'm so grateful for the mayor's executive directive number 14. Given just the backlog that we've had and how long it takes for our officers who are people who are interested in joining the department, one of the most frustrating things I've seen since joining the commission is going to the graduation academies and seeing some of the people who get the highest awards and seeing them go to other departments, knowing that they actually had applied to the LAPD first. But we took so long that they now are at all of our neighboring, agencies, which we're great. We're grateful for all our partners, but we'd rather have them here in LAPD, especially because that's where they were interested in. But the other departments are just snatching them all up. So I'm really glad that we're moving in the right direction here. I did have a couple of questions. You mentioned like the supplemental questionnaire. Can you give us a little just example of like what are the types of questions that you were seeing later in the process that you thought needed to be moved up sooner to avoid kind of a longer delay?
Yes, ma'am. So we see all the same frustrations at the graduations as well. So yes, we noticed that, and that's exactly why we're moving in this direction. But the questions are going to be what we may consider very simple questions. Do you have a driver's license? Do you meet the proper education requirements? If they are here on work visas, do they have the documentation that supports that? Do they meet our department's policies and procedures relative to SB2 and relative to our tattoo and branding policy? So while we have those policies in place, they needed to be listed on the job bulletin and they need to be asked up front. So we were finding that people were making it all the way to backgrounds or field investigation stage, having these issues, or for example, being a convicted felon. And so when I started to notice these things, the first thing I asked was, how are they getting this far in the process? Because that's what's causing the year mark for them to hit that year mark, right? And then it's basically clogging up a system for the candidates that you just spoke of. And so if we could address that on the front end, we've added those things to the job bulletin because while it seems so simple for us to say, how did they make it? But it has to be listed on the job bulletin because of civil service rules. So we've now added those things to the job bulletin so that there's no confusion. And then it's just a very simple questionnaire of just basic things that we were finding later on that they did not have and did not meet the requirements.
Wonderful, thank you. I welcome any way to streamline the process and make sure that we're spending our time, effectively. The one additional area that you mentioned that I had questions and potentially more follow-up for the future is regarding the physical test, and understand that it's now, instead of an advisory thing, that it's now a pass-fail test. It would be good to know, and I absolutely want the most qualified folks who are fit to do the job in the department. That's our goal, always. But I also want to make sure that we're not creating any type of potential roadblocks that aren't directly correlated to the needs of the job. That may be an impediment for some folks. And so, especially given the decrease and decline in terms of women being hired, I don't want the physical fitness that, again, everyone needs to meet a certain standard, but I want to make sure that our standard is in line and not overly burdensome that will just detract qualified women from ever applying. And other candidates, but I'm just highlighting this because so how do we make sure that
the physical fitness tests that is being, required now as a pass-fail isn't just having like a disproportionate impact on women and others.
So we share the same exact concerns as you, ma'am, and looking at history and looking at currently, so the current testing mechanism, or its advisory, takes into consideration age and gender. But that's not in alignment with what post tests at week 13 in the academy. So our partners at Personnel have been working diligently with training division staff to look at what that test looks like at week 13 and to come up with, to your point, something reasonable so that we're not expecting the candidates to come in at the level that they would pass that test at week 13. But what we're looking at is a baseline for them to start at that doesn't, to your point, eliminate females as we look at the numbers, and we're certainly trying to, maintain and actually grow that number. So we're being very diligent in our efforts. The test has not been, we haven't come up with a finalized test yet, but we're gonna do a pilot to look at what does that look like compared to what we currently do and the numbers that give us a baseline, as not to exclude anybody, at all, gender specifically, but that we take that into consideration. But there's been, like I said, an extensive study of all candidates that have gone through the academy in the last year, what their scores were when we hired them with the advisory PFQ, what they scored in the academy. They go through that test 3 different times, and what they scored and how they improved over that. So we just want to set a baseline that's reasonable, but also that's not getting recruits hurt in the first couple weeks when they're in the academy. I do attribute the lower attrition rate to the fact that we have been paying attention to this for the last 6 months. So I think there's value to it, and we're finding that less recruits are getting injured in the academy as a result of that. So it's also for their safety.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you're talking about it in like a data-driven assessment, right? Not just like, I think like 30 push-ups should be the standard, right? Whatever it is, it's actually tying it to, here are the standards that we're not seeing met that for people to get through the academy successfully. So this is where we think the baseline should be. And so I'd be interested in kind of learning about your process moving forward before everything is finalized. And also seeing, though, the other thing is, how does this compare to our neighboring agencies? Because if we're the only one with that requirement, are we going to be losing additional candidates? So just getting a better assessment of how others around us are operating, and what that final kind of test looks like based on the data you've mentioned.
And we've been looking into the other partnering agencies as well as the Highway Patrol with their testing methods, and that's being incorporated as well.
Wonderful, thank you. And it's great to hear that you've lowered the attrition rate. That shows that you're doing a lot of things right. So congratulations, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Fabian Garcia, any questions?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. I have a question. You showed us a slide in your deck that lists the activities, the proposed activities and the timelines that the candidates can expect. Is there something that exists, or have we given thought to sort of showing a timeline and then having something that is like recommendations of what the candidates could be doing while they're in those different steps in the process? And so whether it be hot tips or actual activities that are offered by the department, nutritional tips, mental health tips, just to keep folks, again, feeling like not only do they know a timeline, but they also are engaged and are guided through what they need to be doing to prepare for those milestones in the process.
Yes, sir. So currently, once we finalize the job bulletin and we know what everything looks like and we know exactly what the physical test looks like, we will be doing a new series of videos that we will be posting on different platforms, working with personnel to ensure that it's on the Joint LAPD platform, and then we'll be reposting it on social media. So currently on our Instagram page, for example, we give a tutorial on, and this may sound very elementary, but we give a tutorial on how to log on and take the test, because sometimes it's difficult, right? And navigating a system that you're unfamiliar with. So we're looking at making videos for all of that. And then additionally, once they move into the background process, they will be assigned a mentor, and to your point, to make sure that they're prepared mentally, emotionally, that, you know, they know what they're facing. We find in a lot of the exit interviews when they leave the academy in the first couple weeks that, you know, they're not prepared like we thought they were. So we're changing the way that we do mentorship as well in the final stages, so that they have a support system as they enter those final stages going into the academy. But there will be a series of videos posted, and we even talked about making that a requirement when they apply, that they actually have to watch the videos. So they can't move forward until they click on those. So we're visiting that option as well.
Thank you. Another question. Does this exist, or have we given thought? And does it exist? Is there another department somewhere that's using something like this? So you think of, and I'm thinking of an app. So like really, I think in the medical field, they probably have done pretty well in terms of using apps to be able to look up your records, to be able to, you know, look at your calendar for appointments and make changes and communicate with the entity on the other side, whether it's the hospital or insurance or whatever it is. Have we given thought, and again, considering the youth of today and what they're used to and how they're learning, always being on social media, or more than us older folks being on social media and functioning in that way, can we develop something that is interactive, to your point about the videos, and even tracking, like, congratulations, you're in week 1, and it automatically sort of feeds to them what they should be listening to week 1. And then again, congratulations, you're in week 2, and this is what you can expect, and here are the resources that you should be looking at and reading in week 2, and so on. And really with some easy to read graphics that says you're here in the process, and then you can see it move. Oh, I moved to this place, and it's going from the beginning to almost there. So I don't get recruited by another department, and I feel engaged and informed at any time when I pull out my phone, as opposed to having to log on or get on a computer, or maybe go through another bulkier or more barriered process to access that information.
So we can certainly visit the idea of an app. Currently, they do have a portal. So once they log on and create an account, they have a portal, and they do receive those messages in the portal. Additionally, one of the changes that was made this fiscal year with hiring was no longer are they able to self-schedule. Everything that we do is scheduled for them. So it's very similar to our own internal process of promoting, for example. So when you want to take the detective test, it's open, you apply, you go online, you apply, and then you receive a letter saying that your, written test is scheduled for whatever date, and then additionally you get the letter that says that you would have your interview. So we're designing it so that it's similar to that, so that we also create kind of that cultural habit of this is the way that we continue that even once you're hired. So they do get those letters once they have to log in and create a portal before they can move forward. So they do receive those messages, but we can look into a digital platform of an app.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Scobin?
Thank you so much for the report. It goes without saying how important this is in reshaping our department. So thank you for the hard work you guys are putting into this. Few questions. Do we know on average about how many applications it take for every one kind of offer we make?
So if you look at the total number, I would say on average in a fiscal year, it's roughly 12,000 applications. The part that's hard to quantify is that we have cross-filers. So because it's public safety, they can apply for LAPD, LAWA, and Port simultaneously, and it's hard to decipher with the current way that we analyze this information, how many are just LAPD specific without noting that they're cross-filers. So On average, last fiscal year, there was roughly 12,000 applicants overall. Also keeping in mind that the system is not designed to be able to recognize if you were to apply 2 times. So if you applied and you forgot your password and you reapplied, it would mark that as twice. So we're working on narrowing that down so that we can get better analytics on our applicants. So, you know, we hire 428 last year out of the 12,000. So, but again, it's hard to give an exact number of how many applied specifically just to LAPD, noting that some are also cross-filers.
I think it's smart to continue to refine that, because as you're trying new things and different efforts, not everything's going to be successful. And so to the extent you can really understand, you know, the efforts that are successful and what it takes, you can get to a little more scientific approach to understand, you know, how many applicants is the goal, because, you know, in general that nets a certain amount of officers. What efforts, if any, are in place to attract officers from other departments? My colleague mentioned it. And then I'm curious, what impact does that have on the time to hire, if any?
So if they're in state, so the time to hire is slightly lessened because the background will be easier to do because they're already working for another agency. But the time that they're in the academy, if they're in state, is less than if they're out of state. So there's different factors that go into that. We don't have a large number of laterals that come to this department. It's single digits for the last 3 years. So we don't get a ton. Our advertisement is currently social media. It's social media driven purely. So we're not advertising in, you know, publications, because I've had people ask me, why don't we advertise in, you know, statewide publications? But we just don't get a large number of laterals. If we do, it's because they have tried to come here in the past, and they're typically a family member of somebody that works LAPD, and they really, really want to work for our organization. So we just had one who graduated last Friday that came from another agency who had attempted to come here before and you know, got hired there first, and so luckily wanted to wear this badge, and so we were able to bring that officer back. So I think right now we're not in a position where we need to look at other agencies. I think that we're in a good position with the interest that we get, that people want to come and work for this organization. So I do think that we're in a good place, and I don't know that we need to necessarily advertise to get laterals.
And one thought, you know, that may or may not be relevant, but the 32-page questionnaire required by Post, which is a public document, it may be beneficial if we don't, to make it available so potential candidates can see it, review it, and better prepare themselves to get a head start in gathering all the information required.
So it is on the Post website. We can all actually access it at any time. So, but we do want to, that's why we want to introduce it in the beginning versus waiting until, you know, a third of the way through the process like we do now, so that they can get that head start on it. And then additionally, with the supplemental questionnaire, some of the forms that are required or information that's required in that takes time will actually be part of the supplemental in the beginning, so that we can cut the timeline down, because they'll be able to get and be prepared with those documents ahead of time.
And one last question. I've heard some feedback in the field about, you know, sometimes seeing shock that someone wasn't, or someone was disqualified. Is part of the process at all looking at applicants who may have been disqualified for any reason as an opportunity to bring back potentially good candidates?
So when candidates are disqualified, they receive a letter that gives them a 10-day window to appeal their disqualification, and then they go through a process where they're heard before a board, similar to this, and the board makes a determination whether or not they can proceed forward if the disqualification was something that rose to the level that the board felt was worthy of continuing them as disqualified, and then they're out of the process, or bringing them back. So there is a process that is in place, and they do have to make that appeal within 10 days, and that board consists of members of our police department as well as members of city personnel, and the chief can speak to the board.
I just want to add on that, one of the things that we're finding is with the great work with our civilian side and our sworn background investigators is that just quite frequently, sometimes the parents are not aware when we do the background what their children may or their young adult children were involved in. So we've had several cases where we're told one story, they do the background investigation, and something comes up that, you know, because of the confidentiality of what the captain's talking about, each candidate is told specifically if it's an integrity issue, if it's narcotics history, whatever it may be. Each one of those candidates are told during that exit interview why they're being disqualified at this time. When we do have an appeal process for someone because of the poly or for other reasons, we do look at that, and Vince can speak to that a little bit too, that we have an entire board that looks at that and actually gives the opportunity for that person to write an appeal as to, you know, it's been 10 years, I've learned my lesson from whatever it was, excessive speeding or whatever it may be. And we're seeing lately with Vince's leadership, we're moving towards allowing some of those people back into the process. Vince, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, thank you all. I'm Vince Cordero with the Personnel Department. So we're looking at the protocols, that's what we're developing in terms of the field investigation to help direct and guide us in terms of making sure that both sworn and civilian are on the same side. That will help in terms of ensuring that who we're approving to continue the process and those who are disqualifying, if they are disqualified and they end up at this panel, that we're on the same page and having the same standards to lessen those situations that you're referring to. Because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that there's less of that. We're trying to staff up that team too, so we can get to the individuals who've had appeals waiting for a longer period of time as well. So that's something we're working on as well, because we want to ensure that if they are good candidates that have a valid DQ reason to appeal it, that they're heard before this panel sooner rather than later, because the time is ticking, right? And if we have more time for them waiting in the pile, they could potentially go to other agencies. So the goal is to put more resources there to get to those quicker, to hear those appeals sooner.
Thank you. And, just to close, we know how critical it is to get this process expedited. At the same time, I think it's equally as important that we ensure that we don't sacrifice quality in the process. So anyways, appreciate the presentation and your efforts. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, I want to thank all the commissioners for their very thoughtful and thorough questions. I want to also thank each of you for your update. I know that we all saw the article about the expenditure of this year's allocation hiring budget. I'd like to make sure that regular updates about the hiring budget's expenditures are being transmitted to the mayor and the CAO, and that the board is copied on any correspondence sent about the hiring budget. I'd also like to request that the board is updated again on the ED14 in February, and please work with our office on that date for the presentation. Again, thank you very much for all your work and your time that you've invested in this project. It's very much appreciated, and congratulations for making this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll now hear item 4B, relative to the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 through 2027. We have Police Administrator Anne Marie Sauer and Police Administrator Trina Unziger.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Excuse me, Executive Director Sibley, Inspector General Barragan, Chief McDonald. I'm Anne Marie Sauer, the Commanding Officer of Administrative Services Bureau, and I'm joined by Police Administrator 2, Trina Unzicker, the Commanding Officer of Fiscal Group, and Assistant CO Police Administrator 1, Mara Legaspi. So we are here to present the department's 26-27 proposed budget. I'm going to go ahead and give a brief overview on the budget process, and we'll then turn it over to my colleagues. So although this budget does not start until July 1st of 2026, we began working on the budget in July of this year. It's always a big undertaking. So after the proposed budget is approved by this board, it will then be transmitted to the mayor and the city administrative officer. And our proposed budget is due to the mayor and the CAO by November 21st. We will then spend the next few months answering a multitude of questions, meeting with the mayor, meeting with the CAO, prior to the mayor releasing her proposed budget. And per the charter, that has to happen on or before April 20th of each year. At that point, the city council has its proverbial bite at the apple. First, it's the Budget and Finance Committee that will review it, and then the full council. And by charter, the council must adopt a budget by June 1st of each year that will become effective July 1st. Obviously, we as a department are very cognizant of the city's fiscal challenges. So as a result, the items before you are truly our most critical needs as we literally try and keep the wheels on our patrol cars and prepare for major upcoming events. Because of the significant financial constraints and the devastating cuts the department experienced in the current year, including what was initially the layoff of more than 400 critical civilian personnel in LAPD, we took a top-down approach to the budget and focused on the most critical priorities, aligning with the mayor's budget priorities as well as our strategic plan. And so although the layoffs, we are very grateful, were held in abeyance this year due to concessions made by the league and the civilian unions, we recognize that next year will be even more challenging. Although I can describe this process fairly quickly, it takes the work of a very small, literally 2 analysts and the 2 commanding officers to my right, but incredibly mighty team in Fiscal Group to put together the budget before you. So I want to conclude by acknowledging that team. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the dynamic duo, as I always say, of Trina and Mara. I'm also incredibly thankful for the OIC of our budget section, Patricia Paterna, who's here, and Leslie Herrick. In addition, we have a whole team of subject matter experts because, as Trina often says, budget is a team sport. So they are here because we anticipate a number of questions given how challenging the fiscal situation is, so they'll be available at the end to answer questions as well. So it is with the assistance of our department's subject matter experts and our small but mighty budget team that has worked tirelessly to get us to this point. So I truly do not have enough thank yous to the gals on my right and everyone in the audience, especially during this season of gratitude. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Police Administrator Unzicker to kind of walk us through everything you have before you.
Good afternoon. I'm Trina Unzicker with the Fiscal Group, Police Administrator 2. This morning, I'm presenting the LAPD's fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget requests, which total approximately $358 million. As we developed this budget, we remained mindful of the city's ongoing fiscal challenges, with projected deficits extending through the end of this decade. This reality required that we continue the focused approach to budgeting called for by Mayor Bass. This year's budget represents an important juncture in the department's planning. We face a convergence of immediate operational needs and unprecedented security responsibilities associated with the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The department's strategic framework continues to center on our 5 core objectives: employ innovative crime-fighting and safety strategies, enhance the workplace to support success and well-being, champion transparency, accountability, and communication, advocate for vulnerable populations, and revitalize training and elevate technology. So the 26-27 proposed budget reflects our most pressing needs, including sworn and civilian overtime funding, to maintain optimal deployment levels across the department. This request reflects actual usage patterns from 24-25 and addresses the operational reality of maintaining minimal staffing. The sworn component reduces funds from a one-time basis on 25-26, plus additional funding to meet projected needs based on current deployment models and special event requirements. We're requesting position authority restoration for 14 important civilian positions that were deleted during the 25-26 budget process. The deletion of civilian positions with specialized skills and institutional knowledge in recent budget cycles has forced sworn officers to absorb administrative support functions, reducing their availability for field operations and community engagement. This shift strains operational capacity and fiscal resources as overtime costs increase when higher paid officers perform tasks previously handled by civilian staff. We're requesting funding to replace 791 vehicles across multiple funding sources. Currently, 50% of the department's fleet exceeds replacement criteria based on age and mileage. The black and white patrol fleet faces particular strain, with 48% of approximately 1,500 vehicles exceeding standards. 460 of those surpass mileage limits, and 254 exceed age thresholds. This aging fleet poses significant risks to emergency response times, vehicle reliability, and officer safety. Also, the Motor Transport Division requires additional expense funding to support ongoing fleet maintenance operations, including automotive repairs, diagnostic equipment, and specialized technician training. We're proposing to replace both eligible vehicles and 2 replacement helicopters using MICLA funding. Currently, 7 helicopters exceed both flight hour and service year thresholds, impacting our ability to maintain sufficient mission-ready aircraft. This affects our capacity to provide air support for public safety operations, with 59% of our fleet available for daily deployment. Also to be funded with MICLA funds are 911 consoles that are at the end of their life cycles and serve as the backbone of the city's emergency call response system. Our Recruitment and Employment Division budget, enhanced with additional funding for 26-27, will sustain and expand our recruitment strategy. Our mentors reach out to approximately 300 candidates weekly, host regular hiring seminars, and conduct outreach events, as we discussed earlier. The additional base budget funding for 26-27 will help address processing challenges created by this success to handle the higher volume of background investigators needed to build a diverse, qualified workforce. Recruit training and development funding to support 13 recruit classes with 40 officers each, totaling 520 new officers. This funding covers all aspects of recruit training, including academy instruction, equipment, uniforms, and administrative support. Each class receives over 900 hours of instruction covering legal standards, tactical skills, physical fitness, and professional development. Homeless services support is reflected in dedicated sworn overtime funding for interim homeless housing sites, comprehensive cleaning and rapid engagement operations, and inside safe initiatives. This funding allows each geographic area to deploy dedicated units 4 days per week on 10-hour shifts, directly supporting the department's objective to advocate for vulnerable populations. The department maintains its partnership with mental health service providers to ensure appropriate response to individuals in crisis. We're requesting funds to support activities related to the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games for 518 vehicles, technology infrastructure, and specialized monitoring and defense technologies. Much of this request is anticipated to be eligible for MICLA funding. Also, the Major Events Group requires funding for 9 new positions, along with continuation of 4 existing resolution authorities. This team oversees planning and response for over 200 annual special events, with responsibilities expanding as the 2026 World Cup, 2027 Super Bowl, and 2028 Olympics approach. Technology modernization investments, including those for the body-worn camera program, comprising 5,700 cameras, 1,600 in-car video systems, and 5,700 conducted energy devices. Additional technology initiatives include mobile router replacements with 5G capable units, disaster recovery capabilities, funds to replace 1,800 workstations that cannot be upgraded to Windows 11. Contract security services funding to address rising costs from annual living wage ordinance increases and growing security needs. This includes coverage requirements for the Civic Center complex area and other city-owned facilities. Contract security provides cost-effective coverage for fixed posts, allowing sworn personnel to focus on patrol and investigative functions. Official police garage operations funding to supplement the base budget. OPGs provide 24/7 vehicle storage, towing, and impounding services for crime scene management, abandoned vehicle abatement, and evidence preservation. This adjustment addresses year-over-year cost increases in towing services, storage facility leases, and disposal costs for unclaimed vehicles. Comprehensive online permitting portal for police-issued permits, including those required under the Responsible Hotel Ordinance. This automated system will streamline application processing, fee collection, and compliance monitoring while improving customer service and operational efficiency. The department requests funding to deploy biosensor wristbands for high-risk detainees, including those in administrative segregation or sobering cells. This technology provides health monitoring and early warning of medical emergencies, reducing liability and improving outcomes for vulnerable individuals in custody. Finally, we request continuation of our contract to maintain transit policing services with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. This includes 116 Resolution Authority positions, plus associated overtime and expense funding. All costs are reimbursable through corresponding general fund revenue. This budget represents careful prioritization and balancing of needs against resources. Every dollar requested aligns with our mission to provide professional, effective, and equitable law enforcement services to all Angelenos. The department recognizes the fiscal constraints facing the city and has prioritized its request to focus on the most critical needs. Where possible, the department has identified revenue offsets and cost recovery mechanisms. The department remains committed to maximizing operational efficiency while maintaining the highest standards of professional policing. The investments proposed in this budget will enhance the department's ability to prevent and investigate crime, respond to emergencies, engage with communities, and maintain the LAPD's position as a leader in professional law enforcement. As the department prepares to welcome the world for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, these investments ensure the department can provide security while showcasing the best of Los Angeles. Through strategic allocation of resources and careful fiscal management, the department strives to create a safer, more equitable Los Angeles where every neighborhood feels secure and every resident feels respected. So we've covered a substantial amount of information here. I hope it provided a clear overview of our budget priorities and some of the questions and decisions we've proposed. At this point, I'd like to open the floor to any questions you have or any information within the budget that we can clarify. And we have brought our subject matter experts that are associated with the narrative packages that were included in the budget. And they may be able to give you a deeper dive into those packages.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from our commissioners. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you for the overview. Appreciate it. I'll be asking some questions and then I'll stop and then pass it around and ask some more questions, I believe. I'll start more broadly. What was the strategy for, or strategy that was implemented or that took place for community input in terms of developing this budget?
Well, there isn't a formal process that LAPD goes through to get input into its budget. I believe that there's an effort that's being spearheaded by the CAO. We were recently asked about how this works when we collect, if we collect information and feedback from the public. We often go back when we talk about developing the budget and listen to previous transcripts or previous meetings before the board, and we do take into account feedback from the public. What we typically look at are the priorities that we've carried over from year to year. And when we start on the budget process, we typically look internally for feedback from management, from our divisional captains. And sometimes the information that they provide to us includes feedback that they've received from the public, and that helps inform the budget packages that they bring to our attention that we send forward as part of the proposed budget.
If I could, Commissioner, if I could just add to that, roughly 95% of our budget is personnel costs. So the remaining 5% is very slim for what our operational mandates are. So we pretty much focus on what we need to do to be able to get the job done, and we get it done as best we can with a relatively minimal amount of additional resources beyond personnel.
Thank you, Chief.
We were also provided the strategy of the department and the different components of the department. So I imagine, and I'm hopeful that that also served to inform the budget and the budget process.
Yes, it does. We did take a look at each one of those objectives. We know that crime fighting and safety strategies are foremost in the department. And took a look at each one of these 5 core objectives and evaluated each to ensure that we had something associated with each one. For example, the biosensor wristbands that I mentioned earlier, that would be an opportunity to advocate for vulnerable populations. Same with the homelessness overtime that we're requesting. That would be separate and apart from either our divisional overtime or the other reimbursable overtime that we have. So whenever we take a look at the priorities of the department, we're comparing them with the strategic plan as well.
Thank you. You mentioned the budget also accounts for 520 new officers that would be expected. So keeping that in mind, can you explain a little bit what the overtime, just highlight some points on the 45 million in the overtime category?
Hi. Hello. The request that we have for 26-27 for sworn overtime reflects our usage for sworn overtime that we use in 24-25 after backing out what we use for the Palisades fires, and the federal protests and other unusual occurrences. So we took the number, basically the number of hours we used in 24-25, and then asked for that incremental difference for 26-27, and adding cost of living adjustments for the overtime salaries.
Now, considering we also just had a presentation on the proposed new hiring process, if we were to invest more in that upfront, what would be, and this isn't a question to be answered with the number, but how do we consider investing more into that so that we see a cost savings in overtime? Because 520 new officers potentially would be less than the overtime we're paying. And so an investment up front in the hiring, in rapid hiring, could that reduce the budget overall instead of a slow-ish while improving hiring process and a high overtime budget line item or allocation?
So it is likely that the more officers that we have, the less overtime we'd be using. What this budget would be doing is trying to balance. As we're at that point where we're trying to build up our staff, grow our staff, we would expect to see that on the civilian side as well if we were successful in being able to obtain additional positions or if we were able to fill more positions. But I think both are really needed. We'll be working very closely with the CAO on our hiring plan. We can also communicate with them. They can ask us if they're anticipating seeing a reduction that needs to show up in the 26-27 budget year for overtime. But right now, I think it's a balance to ensure that while we're growing the department, we are making sure that we have sufficient funds available for overtime as well. Did you have something to add to that, Mara?
I just wanted to add that while we do reflect hiring 520, on the other side of that is that we're projecting attrition of 510. So when we're saying we're growing, it's growing by that incremental amount.
Yeah, if I could, Commissioner, just add to that as well. I'd like to paint a rosier picture, but we're 1,400 sworn down now, so we'll be playing catch-up for some years ahead. So it's helpful. If we can hire the 520, certainly would be helpful in trying to be able to stay up with attrition, but it'll take some period of time to be able, with the proper budget support, to be able to get to where we need to.
Agreed.
Chief?
Yeah, and I really couldn't say this in the previous presentation without bringing this point up, but it really points to the fact that we absolutely need to hire more folks and hire at a much faster rate than attrition, and maybe investing more funds in that process. Again, great work in improving it and hopefully ramping it up sooner than later. But the feeling of there's plenty of folks who are wanting to come to the department, that sort of feels a little complacent when we're in a position where there's potentially a budget that can serve the purpose of doing more on the recruiting and hiring, particularly in the hiring portion of it. And there's a need for it to happen, not just over time, but urgently, because of some of the big events that are coming to the city of LA. I'll pause with my questions and circle back again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Scobin, any questions?
Yes, on a budget this big, Manny, I'll ask a few and pass it around. First off, thank you for the effort, gigantic effort from everyone in the room and everything it takes to put together a budget that you feel is thoughtful and serves the great city of LA. So thank you for those efforts. A few startup questions. As it relates to the recruit training, the $4.1 million to support the 13 classes, you talk about a 78.25 per recruit. My question is, are those sunken costs regardless of the amount of actual recruits, or does that cost go down if we don't hit that goal of 520 new officers?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, if we don't use that entire line item, is that something effectively that counts against us? Because what we do have the option of doing, if we're unable to meet the marks in terms of the numbers that we're hiring, those savings can be applied elsewhere, and that does happen from time to time. For example, if we have a shortfall in overtime, or if we have a shortfall in a contractual obligation, if we don't spend all of that funding, we typically need to request an action that would have to be approved by the CAO and then by the mayor and the city council, where we can move those funds into different accounts and we can use the savings.
So there is the potential for savings there if we don't hit the goals of recruits that we.
Yes, and that's part of our financial status report review. We do that typically on a quarterly basis. We will closely scrutinize each account that we have. We look for savings, we look for deficits, we report both of those. And if we, for example, have a deficit in overtime, we have a need because of an emergency, like the Palisades fires, for example, then we can transfer those funds or propose to transfer those funds so those funds don't go to waste. We do everything we can at Fiscal Group to ensure that we're spending every dollar and certainly accounting for it and reporting it so that in theory, if we don't need it, then it's something that could be used elsewhere in the city.
On the sworn in civilian overtime, I understand the situation we're in, where we need coverage, and so overtime is our mechanism to do that. It's also a very costly, item for a lot of reasons. But I'm curious, of the 48.4 million, 26.3 million of that or 26.3 represents dollars that were restored from a one-time cut in the current budget. I'm curious, was there any detailed analysis or think tank done to understand how that decrease has impacted us, and moving forward, restoring that, what we expect the difference to be?
Well, what I can speak to is the reporting process. So what I had mentioned previously with the financial status report, when we identify that we have a need for overtime, that's typically the avenue within which we explore that. And so we will report, for example, if we need additional funds based on what we anticipated our hours were in 24-25, we report that through our financial status report and indicate a red flag if we don't have sufficient funding. And we do request restoration of funds unless, if they're part of our base budget, they're automatically restored. Mara, did you want to add something to that?
Yes, so the 26 million that was cut in this budget, the way the department does our sworn overtime budget is at the beginning of the year, whatever we have, we put together a plan, and then that plan is allocated by division. And so when we got cut by that amount, that just meant less hours budgeted for each of the divisions. And so that was the impact. We do, as Trina mentioned, we provide status reports to the CAO, and bi-weekly, our payroll section sends reports to the different commands of their usage compared to their allocation, their divisional allocation, and how they're doing compared to that. But as far as the shortest way to answer your question is how it was impacted is that divisions got fewer hours allocated to them this fiscal year compared to last year.
And that it's not even just a dollars issue, because each year the dollars become more expensive. There are increases in salaries that are associated with the memorandum of understanding. And so sometimes when we get a budgeted item, it doesn't necessarily reflect those increases that are in the MOUs. And so that's another thing that we monitor, but that also has an impact on the number of hours that are available to each division.
On the Olympics, nearly $100 million requested, obviously a huge number. And I think one of the things that the Olympic Committee was very proud to talk about as it pertains to the city of LA and why we're uniquely positioned to host it was because we had so much existing infrastructure, unlike many other host cities. I'm curious, when you look through the line items under Olympics, are these items that we would have otherwise needed, and we're just expediting the request to, be prepared for the Olympics? Or are these incremental items that we're asking for because we're doing the Olympics? And then I'm curious, you'd mentioned reimbursement, but I'm curious, to what extent are we expecting to get reimbursed for our from those expenditures for the Olympics?
So this is an area where I would ask our subject matter experts to come up. Is there a question that's tied to, for example, vehicles or to technology? Is there a place you'd like to start? We could have someone from our major events group also speak to this in totality, and then we can dive into the details as well.
I mean, to me, it's kind of a question of if we weren't having the Olympics, would the budget be $97 million less?
Understood. So we'll have the SME address that, but it's my understanding it's a combination of both.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief. I'm Lieutenant Franson of the Major Events Group. There's a couple separate questions or ideas in there from Commissioner Scobin, and perhaps it may provide just a little bit, if I could do a 1 to 2 minute sort of overview of how we approached the budget for the Olympics. First, an opening, yes, with the bidding process, the City of Los Angeles participated in a bidding process to get the 2028 Olympics. As a part of that, at this time, no public safety money was set aside in advance of that. So meaning the financial burden for public safety would ultimately fall to the city of Los Angeles by virtue of the Los Angeles Police Department and other entities that are impacted. There are three realities when looking at the putting together of the Olympics budget. But before I get into that, I definitely want to say a big thank you to the three entities that helped provide their input as we, not just at Major Events Group, looked at the Olympics, but as it went through our subject matter experts at Counterterrorism Special Operations Bureau, Motor Transport Division, and Information Technology Bureau. But broadly speaking, there are three things that we looked at in terms of reality. Number one is the scale. When it comes to the Olympics, although the planning is still in process, as it's a few years out, we won't be doing anything necessarily different for the Olympics. We'll be doing the same sort of things we would do for a normal large special event. However, the scale is unique. There are 8 Olympic venues within the city of Los Angeles, and we're expecting an increase in tourism and other dignitary activity in the city at a scale that hasn't been seen in decades. No specific numbers to note, but it is a huge draw. So when it comes to that, in terms of, say, vehicles or equipment, we don't have enough infrastructure to meet the scale of what it is, to get people what they need, even as much as radio batteries. For one thing, a radio battery lasts 8 to 12 hours, and without additional radio batteries, we just don't have enough batteries to keep our own radios working over such a broad thing. Second is availability constraints. And what this is ultimately, for 2028, a number of items or capital infrastructure types of things are already in contract. The federal entities that are looking to secure housing, hotel rooms, they're competing for that. It's my understanding that a lot of hotels during that period of time have already been booked. Other agencies like the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department have taken other options to secure their needs, including transportation with purchases already. So that being said, with this first thing in mind with scale, the availability of what we'll need will definitely be strained. This region will be taxed in terms of people and equipment at a scale that we haven't seen in several decades. So the thought that we'll be able to go to another place or rely on another entity solely to help support that isn't realistic. And the third is the overall citywide impact with the Olympics. Now, as I mentioned before, there's 8 Olympic venues. However, the Olympics will be occurring while the City of Los Angeles and Los Angeles Police Department is tasked with keeping the safety and security of all Angelinos throughout the city. We're anticipating, additional people, large tourist draws, and so we need to be able to maintain an operational footprint that can meet our normal radio call needs, the normal needs of the city, in addition to the Olympic venues, in addition to if we have another Palisades fire or another protest type event, we have to be able to respond to those as well. Those are the 3 buckets. One thing with the mayor's office, not speaking for them, but they wanted to make Los Angeles a major destination for major events. Leading up to the Olympics, we have the 2026 NBA All-Star Fan Fest, the 2026 U.S. Women's Open Cup Golf Championship, 2026 FIFA World Cup, and the 2027 Super Bowl. These are all in advance of the 2020 Olympics Games. And specifically with the items in the budget themselves, we view them as force multipliers, or a lot of them. Vehicles help us look at staffing models that can help reduce staffing or the number of people we need to cover areas. Cameras help us maintain an eye where we could probably reduce the number of personnel involved, although we're still working on our staffing models. These are things we've built into it. 2027-2026 budget cycle for the Olympics is crucial. There's only 2 budget cycles left before the games commence. This one being one and next year's being the second. Particularly with vehicles and a lot of the equipment, we have a 12 to 20 month lead-in time to acquire the equipment, make it operational, provide the necessary training to our personnel if we need to, and get it ready. So this budget cycle makes it critical that we put it in here so that we can make sure we acquire the things that we need in advance of the Olympics. And the last thing I'll say for recovery, the door is always open to recovery or cost recovery, but it's post-incident generally. It's not clear as to what specifically will be recovered at all, but if it is, the city may still have to come up with a capital investment up front and we'll look at reimbursement as it goes through, but that door always does remain open.
Thank you. Finish? Any other question? All right, thank you, Commissioner Scobin. Commissioner Shields, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. And I'll follow up on this last line of questioning relating to the Olympics. And thank you, Lieutenant Franson. That's very helpful. So the 95.7 million that's designated for the Olympics, is that separate and apart from like also overtime associated with that? Or this is just for this next upcoming year? That's how much it would be, that will cost. And then next year we'll see another significant figure. And then when we actually have the Olympics, we'll see more overtime at that stage. Is that what you anticipate the budget looking like?
This budget request is solely for capital infrastructure. There's no separate overtime or staffing associated, as that will hit in the second budget cycle from here. Estimates there, still difficult to determine as we're developing the staffing for that. Hopefully in 2026, with the middle of 2026 and beyond, we'll have a clearer picture as to what the staffing will be required for the 8 venues in addition to our other priorities.
Thank you. And I echo Commissioner Garcia's sentiments about, you know, if we have a fully staffed department in the long run, that will reduce the amount of overtime that is expended and required to be expended. And I think, you know, both in terms of, I have a concern about, you know, the effect it has on officers and how much, I know we've had a number of significant events this year where it's really stretched the officers quite a bit. And so I think at another stage, at another date, it would be helpful for us to make sure we're talking about it in terms of, you know, how necessary is all of the overtime happening, and then also what type of, you know, risk management are we taking so that we're not having people out there that are on very long shifts back to back to back. They're already doing a very hard job. So having them doing it tired is not ideal. And so that'll be another thing I think that would be helpful for us to be looking at in the new year and seeing what controls we can have in place to make sure that all the overtime that's being allocated or requested is necessary, and also making sure the officers are supported. I had a couple, you know, and overall, thank you, as everyone else said, this is such an overwhelming both, you know, budget and process, and appreciate all of the work that you all put into this very significant thing, and it you know, clearly shows that you've been thoughtful about it. I think potentially maybe, you know, or, you know, next year, looking at identifying what the strategic plan is even earlier and having input by the commission of that even before the budget cycle starts really may be helpful to make sure we're all aligned, so that, because as Commissioner Garcia mentioned, you know, if the strategic plan is informing the budget, it would be good to make sure we're all aligned and we're not missing anything. I just want to make sure we're continuing to do, you know, all the community outreach that we've tried to do in the past, and making sure that, you know, the nuts and bolts get done, but that's not the only focus, because, you know, we still believe in, you know, community policing, and that takes a lot of community engagement, and I don't want to short shrift that type of cost associated with running the LAPD. So maybe next year we can try to move this up a little earlier in terms of just getting alignment on the strategic plan, and kind of goals of what the commission would like to see in a budget. And but I also take, you know, the chief's point that there's very little wiggle room. Like if 95% of the budget is already spoken for, we're talking about things on the margin. So appreciate how difficult the process that is.
No, thank you, Commissioner, for raising the intangible issues, the officer wellness, the exhaustion factor in currently running an organization where the mission only gets more complicated and more demanding as we move forward, and yet the number of people we have to do it, as I mentioned earlier, we're down 1,400 sworn, 750 or so professional staff in a department that is already about half the officer to population ratio as New York or Chicago. And so we've, the term doing more with less, we've heard that for my whole career and probably beyond. So I take my hat off to the men and women of the organization who go out there every day and continue to get the job done in spite of the level of support that's there for them.
And I think that also the number of officers the department has, the fewer officers there are, the less opportunity they have to really engage with the community, right? When we really believe in community policing, we want more folks out on the street, out of their vehicle, talking to people, and that becomes much harder to do when they're just running from one call to another. And so, you know, the officers can't be penalized for not smiling when they're just trying to run to the next call. And so I think a lot of issues can be solved with actually bulking up the department and giving that an opportunity to find more opportunities for engagement in more positive and non-response to calls. I would say that would be a great goal if we can get there, and I'm heartened to know that the recruiting process is at least in the right direction. There's a couple of things, you know, obviously, and I think you mentioned that at the outset in terms of you're really looking to make sure that these are true necessities in light of the current climate of the city budget. And so it would be helpful maybe to hear from the subject matter experts from both like information technology, training bureau. I just want to make sure that when we're saying, look, you know, we need new cars, like, is this truly a need, or is it would be nice to have this year, but it can do next year? Because I think every department in the city is going to have to be struggling for funds, and I don't want the department to ask for something that isn't truly essential at this stage.
Come on down, Chief. Is Mayor Goddard here? Okay, we've got Goddard, we've got Chief Embrick, and we have Director of Police Transportation 2, Greg Field, to talk about cars.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chief, Inspector General. So, starting with technology, specifically, to your question that you just asked with regards to, is it the best time now? Do we need it? You saw the MDCs in there. You saw the routers in there. Both of those being the routers were installed in 2020, MDCs in 2019. They have a 5-year life. Their end of life next year in 2026. That means that they'd be no longer supported. So the vehicle being the avenue of which gets the officers to location to location obviously is needed, but the technology in that vehicle is their office. It provides them the communications, the MDC, everything they need to do their job. So as a department, it's obviously our responsibility to make sure that we put forth a budget that's responsible and allow the policymakers across the street to decide whether or not they fund that budget or not. But those, based upon the end of life, it's something that we have to do responsibly to request it.
And so these are kind of true end of life kind of cycle, as opposed to like, I have the iPhone 15 and the iPhone 16 just came out and I want that instead. And so making sure that it's not just looking for an upgrade for the sake of having an upgrade, but if you're saying as of next year, it'll no longer be supported, essentially. Is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's helpful to know, so thank you. And is that the case with all of the technology that you were talking about with both the body worns and all of the other items as well?
So the body worn contract right now that we have in place was started in 2018. It expires June 30th, 2026. So there's a gap. There's been a lot of inflation over the years since 2018 to 2025. So that $7 million request is above the base that we currently have to fill that gap and provide us with a continuing contract moving forward.
And for all of these types of things that we have ongoing services on, I imagine that you're always evaluating, do we stay or do we go, you know, in terms of analyzing other potential vendors. But the increase in cost and shifting to a vendor versus staying with the current vendor? Is that all being done on a continuous basis to make sure you're getting the right and best deal?
Absolutely. I'm a very tough negotiator. That $7 million was originally $12 million, so I was able to shave $4 million off that. I hope to shave some more off, but that's where conservatively we need to be.
Thank you. I'll pass it on to if any of the other commissioners have questions for like the tech.
Thank you. Commissioner Shields, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Under technology, it looked like part of the budget was to cover 1,600 in-car video systems that are also ALPRs. A few questions. I'm curious, what is our fleet of, how many black and whites are in our fleet? Does this constitute more than just black and whites?
So under department policy, every black and white vehicle that's out there for enforcement reasons, which is primarily most of them, are required to have digital car video. So that digital car video is Fleet 3. One of the advantages of that particular model and vendor is not only does it act as a digital car video, it also acts as a ALPR camera. So we have 1,600 out in the fleet right now to fulfill the mandate of meeting department policy with the digital car video, and all 1,600 also have the LPR capabilities.
So is this replacing the existing?
This is just keeping the contract that's going till June 30th of 2026, going on July 1.
Okay. And, look, as it relates to ALPRs, we've had some dialogue in here, and I think we'll have some continued dialogue. Does the department have a contract with this vendor as it relates to these cameras? And if so, does the contract contemplate, or I want to make sure the contract contemplates data sharing and the controlling of that data sharing? We are obviously bound by the laws that are in place and policies on data sharing, but I think it's prudent that we make sure that the vendors themselves are also held to that standard. So I'm just curious if, one, we have a contract with that vendor, and two, does that contract contemplate data sharing?
Absolutely. So this contract is with Axon, who does our body worn, our Fleet 3 digital car video, ALPR, and our tasers. We do have a contract. We've had a contract for over a decade with Axon. And in the terms and conditions, it's very, very clear that we own the data, that not even their own personnel can go into the data without our explicit authorization to potentially troubleshoot a bug in the system. They can't even just go in there and look at the data. And they cannot share the data without our explicit approval, which again will only be granted through an MOA with a agency, which is assigned by the chief of police. And it is monitored. They have the highest CJIS standards in the cloud. They use NIST. They use all the highest standards of the federal government for making sure that data is encrypted and secure and cannot be breached. And we do internal inspections, like I said earlier, Commissioner, to make sure that no end user is sharing any of that data with anyone that they're not supposed to do for any other reason that is approved by department policy.
I'm happy to hear that. As part of my confirmation process, it was definitely a point of concern. And I recognize that in this budget, there's no line item for kind of static LPRs. From time to time, we do hear donations come in. So I think it's time we have an official vendor or vendors as it relates to this. And it'd be interesting for us to make sure that we're familiar with what these contract guidelines are, because it sounds like that's exactly what we'd want, with any camera that's ALPR related and beyond. Thank you for that info.
Thank you, Commissioner Scobin. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, do you have any other questions?
So again, two kind of broad questions as it relates to any of the equipment that's being proposed in here, and as it relates to the vehicles, the fleet, both in the Olympic category and not. What are some of the technological considerations that took place as we developed the budget? And by that, I mean like equipment that exists today that costs a certain amount versus equipment that may exist in a year and a half from now that is at a different price rate. And outside of the cost, the point in time where it's going to be most critical to have that equipment. So whether that be in a year, year and a half from now, or 3 years from now, what does that, again, consideration or sort of foresight look like to ensure that in 3 years when we potentially need most of it, it's not already outdated equipment? Again, both on any of the equipment and the fleet.
So as far as the technology is concerned, one of the things in this negotiation process with Axon to renew our contract, we've always had contracts in the past where it says, this is the contract and you get this many body-worn cameras. And then with our depleting workforce, we're still paying for this many body-worn cameras. So in this particular negotiation, I'm staying at a very conservative base. And then within the contract, there'll be language. If the organization grows in the future and we need additional equipment that's current at the time that we need it for the Olympics or for whatever reason, that there's a fixed price for each body-worn camera, for example, or Fleet 3 digital car camera, for example, that we can add on. So we're not paying for things in 2026 that we're not using until 2028. So I'm very fiscally conservative when it comes to the budget and making sure that tax dollars are not being wasted, as it was clearly outlined before. Every dollar does matter. So we want to make sure that we're spending those dollars very appropriately. I will say, and this is, I hate to throw this out there, but $7.5 million is in this for body-worn cameras for the Olympics. That's because not everybody in the department has a body-worn camera today. If this commission with the chief of police were to decide for the period of the Olympics and for those assigned to the Olympics, that the policy would be adjusted for that time period where every single officer would not need a body-worn camera, then you could potentially save that cost savings. So we're looking at all of these things, like Trina said, to really be thoughtful about these dollars. So these are options that potentially could be looked at.
And not technology related. So like within the Olympics category, there's the procurement of 521 vehicles, correct? And so those vehicles, are those being priced at, or are those similar to the 300 black and white replacement vehicles? And what I'm getting at is, do we need full-size black and whites for the period of the Olympic, or are there other vehicles that will serve the purpose of local transportation during the Olympics, when it seems like is when we're going to need them, and potentially those are at a lower cost than a full-size black and white equivalent type vehicle?
So good afternoon, Commission. My name is Greg Field, Director of Transportation, Police Transportation 2, Motor Transport Division. Good afternoon, Chief.
Yep.
So the 300 black and white patrol vehicles would be to support the cause of security for the Olympic events. And then they would be strategically placed to where the officers could use them if needed. And then the good news is ultimately they would be brought back into the fleet and displace salvage vehicles. So the long-term plan is to not increase the fleet, but to replace the much-needed, vehicles that have exceeded their life cycle.
So that's the 300 vehicles that we have. So those vehicles are identified outside of the Olympics. And so in addition to those 300, there's 521 identified within the Olympics category?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then from my chair, those extra 300 were really strategically planned with the idea that there would be outside funding possibly for the Olympic event, for that equipment. And so, you know, I don't know where that stands, but that was the plan from my chair. So the other 300 from the general fund is just a normal, you know, yearly annual request.
Got it, yeah, understood. So the 521, again, I'll repeat the question, is there a different type of vehicle that can serve that purpose? Again, because it's within the specific Olympics category that can serve the purpose of supporting the event versus the different purpose of a typical black and white.
Yeah, so those extra vehicles were, the plan is that they would support security for the Olympic events, and then they would all come back into the fleet, displacing current vehicles that would go to salvage.
Okay. So there's two possible outcomes that I'm hearing. One is, in the future, there may be a reduction in the fleet category if we then are able to move those 521 new vehicles into rotation. And the other is really, I think, is my point, is can we look at, is there a different type of vehicle that is better used in an event style setting? And if that is already considered in terms of its cost, then that's the answer. If it's not, then I would look at what those costs potentially could be and if there's any cost savings in those 521 vehicles, so long as we feel that need. That's it. Thank you. That's it for now. I'll come back for a few.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Shields, any follow-up questions?
Not necessarily about the vehicles, but I did have just a couple questions about for training. And in the meantime, I think there are some folks from training too, right? And I'll say also, even before I get to the training, that I was very happy to see the request for the, what are they called? The biosensor wristbands for detainees. I think that's a, you know, the type of investment that the department should be making, both, you know, from a human element of these are people who are in the custody of the department and making sure that they are kept safe while in the custody of the department, and also from like risk management, liability. And so, you know, kudos to Custody Services Division for making the request for that. And hopefully that will reduce, you know, any type of, you know, suicides in custody or others just having a health crisis within the custody. So I welcome more of those types of expenditures in the future. So with training, I just had a couple questions in terms of, I saw that there was one entry for the de-escalation use of force training that initially had come from a grant. Have we exhausted all other efforts to get the grant, you know, get an update on the grant? Was it just a one-time grant? And how effective has the Performa training been such that it deserves to be updated and renewed?
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners and Chief McDonald. So in regards to Performa grant, so this was as a result of a California Board of State and Community Corrections awarding funding to, they selected 6 agencies within California. LAPD was one of them. We were earmarked for $5 million for that grant. And we accepted that grant, and upon notification of that funding, LAPD Contracts did an extensive search. They did the due diligence, and they searched industry-wide for organizations that could provide us this training. And they identified Performa specifically because they met 3 requirements that we specified. And number one, that was a post 1053 requirement, which is a certification for distance learning. They also met the requirement for 1054, which is minimum standards training for instructors. Additionally, they incorporate body-worn video into their training. So we entered into a contract between the time period between January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2025. And after contracting and onboarding, Performa has been performing training services to the department since July 2024. So as a result of that, over 8,057 officers were trained, over 19,000 courses, over 64 hours of training has been performed. So in getting to answer an answer to your question about have we looked at other funding sources, so in regard to funding that we receive from the federal government and state government, that funding is really intended to be seed money for us to conduct pilot programs, and that pilot program has been conducted over the 3-year period. And really, once an initiative such as this online training is adopted, the grant funding is not really intended to continue to pay for ongoing operational services. So I've reached out to what used to be our Office of Constitutional Policing. It is now the Bureau of Constitutional Policing, and consulted with our contracts personnel and said, is there any way that we can ask for another grant? And the answer is not without a significant change to the request, which would make us eligible to request another grant. And in regard to efficiency, would you like me to talk to? So like part of the goal of this grant, or the primary reason for this grant, was to achieve tactical de-escalation and see how effective that was. So, with the assistance of Critical Incident Review Division, we conducted a 2-pronged evaluation on that. So number one of the prong was we looked at the number of non-categorical uses of force our officers are involved in. So we examined the 5-year period, and I'm using 2024 as the baseline because, we're still in 2025. Many of the uses of force are still being adjudicated. So you're using 2024 as the baseline, compared it to the previous 5-year period between 2019 and 2013. So if you look at our 5-year average for the number of use of force incidents our officers are involved in, that equaled 2,109 over that 5-year period. So in 2024, and I might add, over that 5-year period, what we'd observed is the number constantly going down. So in 2024, we had 1,451 non-categorical use of force incidents, which represents a 32% decrease compared to that previous 5 years. So the second prong of that analysis had to do with a number of individual applications of force, because that kind of paints the picture. Our officers, completing their job quicker. So the 5-year period between 2019 and 2023, there were 6,600, an average of 6,659 individual applications of force. So if you compare that to 2024, there was a total of 4,294 individual applications of force that were reported, which represents a 36% reduction in 2024 compared to the previous 5-year period. So one thing I might want to say in our analysis, and to try to directly or indirectly attribute this all to training, I'd say it's only one leg of a 3-legged stool, because it's important that we have sound and solid policies and procedures, which are supported by training, and finally requires that managerial oversight in the field to ensure that the training, our department policy procedures, and how the department trained is being enforced. So the general terms that we are observing in the individual uses of force that we're looking at on a daily basis include, we're observing improved command and control at use of force incidents. Additionally, officers improved understanding, embracing principles of tactical de-escalation, because we hold them accountable to be able to understand de-escalation and explain it utilizing the PATROL acronym, which breaks it down to officers, and we're holding them accountable when we assess use of force. That's where, when you examine the use of force report, you may notice that in 2021, the number of administrative disapprovals spiked and has remained constant after that, because we now added that consideration when we review uses of force and hold officers accountable for that. So if I want to try to specifically narrow down and see if this use of force and strategic communication training is successful at all, So one of the facts and figures we were able to get from the vendor from Performa was that they do perform a pre and post test for each of the training events that is conducted. So our officers are demonstrating at the starter training when they conduct the pre-test, and when we compare that number to the post-test, for the use of force training, they are demonstrating a 23% improvement in their subject matter of the material. And when we look at STRATCOM's, the difference we're experiencing between pre and post-testing is a 29% improvement.
That's really helpful to hear. So appreciate kind of like your trend analysis, and I think that's a good thing to kind of look long term. Is like, is this training having any impact on, what we're seeing in terms of adjudicating uses of force, but also kind of like that immediate kind of feedback of, are people retaining this information better? And my understanding is Performa also, is that something that the officers can do on their phone? And so so it can, to the newer generation, a little bit more accessible, and hopefully you're getting feedback from the officers that they think that this is a good tool that they would, want to continue to use.
Yeah, our officers has adopted this immediately. It is a mobile-based application which officers conduct training on their phone. And historically, most of my experience on the department has been attending live training. So live training is a lot more labor intensive. You can't do it anytime. So like a lot of times in police work, you have available time. For example, if I make an arrest, or my partner and I have to write a report. If my partner here, of course, Lieutenant Cohen, would be working on the report while I'd be sitting here. Well, if I was sitting here and doing nothing, I could pull out my phone and complete some of my mandatory training online. So one of the things I want to share with you is some of the success. So we have a 2-year period in which we have to be able to achieve or complete our post-mandated training. So that we're in a 2-year cycle right now, which started in January 1st, 2025. We have 2 years to complete 24 hours of continuing professional training. Of that 24 hours, 18 of it has to fall under the Periscopal Skills Program training. So the two things that we farmed out to Performa was use of force training and strategic communication. So typically, I'll tell you as a former commanding officer, we'd go to the finish line. We'd get good compliance, but we'd work all the way to the finish line, scheduling live training events all the way up to the last month. So we launched Performa training between February 1st and April 30th. And the numbers that we observed looking into the system as far as use of force compliance training over this 2-year period, we're already at 7,903 officers complete with that training just in that 90-day period. As far as strategic communication training, we're at 7,458 hours complete. And, with all of the unusual occurrences, the Palisades and the riots that occurred and the usual occurrences like the World Series, which is going to be something that we hope happens in the LAP every year. That training, if we had to do it in a live format, probably would not have occurred. So because of this, officers were able to sit down and knock that training out at a compliance rate that we have never experienced on department.
That's terrific to hear. And obviously there's going to be some trainings that you need hands-on and live, but there's others that you can do it remotely. And so leveraging that type of technology, I think, is very important, because any live training, you're taking officers out of the field. And as we've heard throughout the day, we don't have officers to spare. So thank you for the presentation. I think that answers the rest of my questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Shields. Any other questions, Commissioner Garcia? Any follow-up?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Scobin?
Just one final question. You had mentioned, and it's in the conclusion, that where possible, the department identified revenue offsets and cost recovery mechanisms. I'm curious if you put dollars to those efforts, and if so, I'm curious to what that looks like.
I don't have dollars, an immediate answer for you, although I'd be happy to try to put something together. But for example, one of the things that we pursue is looking for fit with special funds. So that's one of the things that we consider the possibility of being able to get a grant for that purpose. Being able to look at some of the other funds that have restricted uses associated with them as opposed to the general fund dollars. So what that does is it preserves serves an opportunity for those general fund dollars to be used for other purposes. When we use special fund dollars, those tend to be very narrowly defined. Sometimes they can only be used for law enforcement activities. So we try to take advantage of that where we can. There are other examples in the budget, like for example, with our MTA contract, for example, with contract security services, where some of those costs are eligible to be reimbursed from MTA, for example, or from El Pueblo, or from Cultural Affairs, departments that have special funds for that purpose, and that helps, again, preserve the general fund dollars. Laura?
I just wanted to add that we, towards the back of the proposed budget that we provided, we do track what are called our general fund revenue. So as Trina mentioned, for example, for MTA, we bill for our costs and then we add related costs. In total, our projection for departmental receipts for 26-27 is around $202 million. And that's a slight decrease from the amount we're expecting in 25-26 of $204 million. So there are things, like Trina said, where we do reimbursable overtime, where the city front funds our budget by giving us the appropriation, and then on the back end, fiscal group bills those other entities, and then they pay us back as revenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Colin, Training Bureau Chief, Commissioners. Also, in addition to that, we are working specifically with LAPD University. We do get reimbursement from back from that for our hours trained. So over the course of LAPD University, we've received over $700,000. And just in 2024 alone, as there's been some decreased usage as different courses have gone out and we've bringing new courses on, we've received over $40,000 in reimbursement from that. So that goes through the revolving training fund, and anything that exceeds the revolving training fund maximums per year goes back into the general fund. So there is an offset to some of our training requests.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioners. It's been a very challenging week for us to absorb so much and try to decipher all these categories and numbers and digest them and be able to put together our questions for you. And your answers have really helped us a lot, and I appreciate the debriefing we got earlier this week. That was very, very helpful, and the chart that was presented to us. I do have just a couple of follow-up questions. Taking into account all the events that will soon place LA on the world stage, is the personnel request for the major events group adequate to prepare the department? And I believe we have someone here from major events. And also, is there a reason that no civilian positions have been requested to complement the sworn positions?
Commissioners, thank you. Lieutenant Franson, Major Events Group again. Yes, the 1 sergeant and 8 officers will be sufficient to help us with planning for the Olympics and the major events moving forward. And as far as the civilian offsets, I think we didn't perhaps consider that in terms of the reduction in civilian staffing and some of the special planning functions that will take place in regards to those positions. Generally, for major events, it is sworn components that help participate in the planning of the tactical aspects and such. So that's why that was developed.
Will any civilian positions open up in the future? Are they contemplated?
We'll definitely keep that in consideration moving forward.
Thank you. As you all know, this budget request includes considerable resources, including vehicles, body-worn video units, and a radio network upgrade in connection with the Olympic Games. How do you anticipate that these resources would be employed beyond the Olympics? And what would the implications before future years' budget request if these items are funded for this proposed budget?
Thank you. All of the items support functions that we already do and will go to either with the vehicle component replace outdated or aged vehicles. Rough estimates reducing at current out of beyond life cycle rate from about 50% down into the 30% range, making it better than it is. The radio infrastructure upgrade in particular is overdue, and I think, I can't speak for it, has been asked for a few years. Ultimately, the technology associated with it is a few decades old, and when we have the influx of personnel for the Olympics, both within our department and outside, we need to have outside agency operability to be able to speak with the Highway Patrol, federal entities perhaps, and then also with the influx of events. We only currently have 8 tactical frequencies, and so we would need to expand that to be able to cover the footprint for the 8 venues, in addition to the other responsibilities of the city in major occurrences. And so those things would act as enhancements, or to get us to where we should be after the Olympics. And as far as the actual budget implications afterwards, it's potential that could ease other things. The radio infrastructure is a one-time occurrence. So the vehicles would remain in use, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much. I think with that, we finished the discussion, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and for your thoughtful and detailed report. It has helped us out a lot. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 through 2027?
Yes, there is a motion to approve the proposed budget for 2026, 2027.
Is there a second?
I second, and it's also to transmit it to the mayor and the CAO's office.
That's correct.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to item C, relative to increased detail for the Board of Rights hearings conducted in 2024, presented by Deputy Chief Billy Brockway.
Before we move on to the next agenda item, I think we're going to request a 5-minute break.
Okay, the commission will now recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, Madam Secretary, we're ready for 4C.
Okay, we are now back in open session. We are on item 4C, relative to increased detail for the Board of Rights hearings conducted in 2024, presented by Deputy Chief Brockway.
Good afternoon, Chief Brockway.
Good morning, Chief Commissioner.
Oh, did I say good morning? I should say good afternoon.
I'm just following suit, ma'am.
All right.
It's morning somewhere. Okay, we're good.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say good afternoon, Commissioner Sanchez-Gordon. Good afternoon, Commissioner Shields. Afternoon, Commissioner Scobin. Commissioner Garcia, good afternoon to you as well. And then, of course, good afternoon, Inspector General Mr. Berrigan, Executive Director, Mr. Sibley, Mr. Della. Mr. De La Cara, and Ms. Munoz, and Ms. Silva. And more than a thing, I know, sir. And more than a thing, good afternoon, Chief McDonald. My name is Deputy Chief Billy Brockway. I'm the Deputy Chief, humbly, of Professional Standards Bureau, and we are here to present to you some follow-ups from an original presentation that was done back in June of 2025 by PSB, Professional Standards Bureau, for our year-end report. At the end of that year-end report, there were some questions and concerns about making sure that we come back and drill down on our 2024 border rights cases, which we will do today. We also wanted to come back and create a flow chart that's a little bit more simplistic to understand what our process looks like, meaning from internal affairs, from start to finish. So we're going to have 3 different phases of what we're going to be presenting today. One is to present that flow chart. Second is to talk about our advocate program with the city attorney's office putting on Board of Rights. And third, we're going to talk about quantitative data, statistics as far as the 2024 Board of Rights process, and then end it with some questions and any answers that we can provide for you. So I'm gonna do a quick introduction of our team here today that are with me, and then kind of get into it right away. So before we get started, please, if there's any questions, just let me know. But I think as we go through the progression, we'll be able to answer a lot of those questions as we go through from start to finish. So with that, with me today on behalf of the Professional Standards Bureau is my right-hand man, Assistant Commanding Officer, Jonathan Tom. Also with me to my left is Deputy City Attorney Howard Park. He's a supervising Deputy City Attorney for Police Administration Law Section, and he oversees our advocate program with the City Attorney's Office, and we'll get into a little bit more detail about that as we go through. Also with me to my right is, to my left, Lieutenant 2 Zachary Wetchler, who is our new advocate. We just started a couple months ago. And to my right, Mark Furness, our Detective 3, is Assistant Officer in charge of our advocate section. So up on your screen in front of you, we had an opportunity after our last meeting back in June to take a look at an opportunity to create a flow chart from start to finish, how our investigations, our complaint process is started through adjudication, and in those cases of a Board of Rights, how we get to a Board of Rights. So with that, I'm going to ask Lieutenant Wexler and Mark Furness to walk through the flow chart, answer any questions as we go through, and then we'll move on to the rest of our presentation. So, LT?
Thank you, Chief. So the disciplinary process begins with a complaint. When a department supervisor becomes aware of an allegation of misconduct, they will initiate a complaint intake. At that point, they generate what we call a CF number or a complaint form number, and a majority of these come from the public. In 2024, 85% were public complaints. But they can also come from the department itself, a department employee, or anonymously. The next step is preliminary investigation by that intake supervisor. This includes interviews, evidence collection, reviewing reports, and often reviewing body-worn video and digital in-car video evidence. Once this complaint's been accepted, generally the preliminary investigator within 10 days, it will be forwarded to their watch commander, who reviews the materials, makes a preliminary determination, and then the commanding officer will also review it, forward that complaint to Professional Standards Bureau for complaint classification section. The complaint classification section, the complaints are reviewed at that stage by PSB initially, and they're also sorted to either be internal affairs investigations or what we call chain of command investigations, which those will be, the investigation will take place at the division of assignment where the accused officer works. Generally, the internal affairs investigations are investigations that are more complex. They involve serious allegations of serious misconduct or anticipated disciplinary penalties. Those would be the ones that would be kept by internal affairs. Whether a complaint is investigated at internal affairs or chain of command, when that complaint investigation is completed, the investigative materials are all forwarded back to chain of command, to the commanding officer of the accused employees. That commanding officer makes an adjudication. They produce what's called a letter of transmittal, which is where they offer a recommended penalty or a recommended adjudication, which could include, if it's a sustained, a recommended penalty. And then they'll explain the rationale for that decision, and it includes a review of the employee's personal work history. The investigation then goes to the bureau commander for review. The bureau either concurs or they can military endorse. If they disagree with what the commanding officer adjudicated as, they'll produce a separate document to military endorse it. If they concur, it can be as simple as signing and checking a box. It's then forwarded to Professional Standards Bureau for review. Review and evaluation section at Professional Standards Bureau does an in-depth review of the complaint investigation and the adjudication to make sure that it meets with our standards. If the complaint doesn't have any sustained allegations, meaning that we don't believe, we didn't find a preponderance of evidence to substantiate any of these allegations of misconduct, the complaint is then closed out at that level. And about 95% of our complaints in 2024 were closed out at that level. They did not have any sustained allegations. If there are sustained allegations that include a disciplinary penalty, that is a official reprimand, suspension days, demotion, or a recommendation of removal of that employee, they'll go to the chief of police for his decision regarding it. The chief of police, if Chief McDonald believes that an employee should be removed, he directs them to a board of rights for removal. If a suspension day penalty or below is given, the employee has the ability for suspension days or demotions to opt for a board of rights. That's called an opted board of rights. If it is a paper penalty, an official reprimand or below, or suspension days, can also, the employee has a choice to take it to an administrative appeal, which is a separate process. The board of rights, after it's included, or even administrative appeals, all of those are appealable via writ of mandate to the Superior Court. And then theoretically, the employee could then appeal it all the way up from there, following the legal procedures.
Mark, you want to?
I'd only add that from the initial stage, the complaint intake is usually when the department becomes aware of misconduct. That starts a 1-year clock for us to complete the investigation by state law and notify the accused officer of the intended penalty. If, with some tolling exceptions, if we go beyond that investigation and don't serve the officer in time, we are unable to impose any discipline, and the complaint would be considered out of statute.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, LT. Obviously, there's a lot of checks and balances. There's a lot of moving parts as we move through the complaint process. But rest assured, there are those checks and balances in place to ensure that we have eyes on every allegation, every investigation from start to finish, working diligently with our command staff as well as the city attorney's office, and having that transparency to ensure that we're investigating objectively and independently. So with that, I'm going to move on to the second section, which I think is really important for us to understand, because it's something I actually learned, which is how the Board of Rights process came to be. The Board of Rights process actually started back in 1935. Back in 1935, the Board of Rights process was established through a city charter in 1935, as I mentioned. It was created to provide checks and balances for the power of the chief and the community. It required a full, fair, and important hearing before an officer could be terminated. It was patented after the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the court-martial system, which included 3 sworn command staff that sat on that panel for the original Board of Rights. In 1992, there were some variations to the Board of Rights process. In 1992, there was a city charter reform that brought in a civilian with 2 sworn members for the Board of Rights process. Then there wasn't much change until 2017, when there was another city charter reform where the officers who were accused, or personnel that are accused, had the option of having an all-civilian board, or those hearing examiners to be all civilian. So that began in June of 2019, and since June of 2020, all the Board of Rights involving sworn personnel have been heard by an all-civilian board, or hearing examiners. Also, in 2024, even though it wasn't a city charter change, we were able to bring on the city attorney, Howard Park, and his team, himself and 4 other city attorneys, to put on the Board of Rights for directed boards. So with that, to go into a little bit of detail of what that looks like, how that came about, and a little bit of analysis of 2024, I'm going to have Howard speak a little bit about his role, what he's doing, and after he speaks, as I mentioned before, Commander Tom is going to speak to the quantitative data, the statistics based on 2024 Board of Rights, and then open it up for questions, if that's all right. Sir?
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. My name is Howard Park. I'm a Deputy City Attorney. I'm the supervising attorney for a small unit of city attorneys who are actually doing the Board of Rights. We started February of 2024, but we didn't get to do any hearings until about May of 2024. So we still have very small sample size of cases that we've done. But so far, it's been working great. We work very well together with LAPD advocates. As you know, the LAPD advocates section has approximately about 7 to 8 advocates that are putting on board hearings, and that's what they were in terms of numbers before we came. So we have added about 4 to 5 attorneys on top of that. So we have increased our ability to handle the Board of Rights hearings substantially since 2024. We literally work together in the hearing room with the advocates. So when an attorney is handling a Board of Rights, there's always a second chair who is an LAPD sworn officer who's acting as a second chair. We share all the training and all the intelligence, all the details about the cases, and we try to be on top of each other in terms of case evaluations as well. In terms of how we split the cases, there's no right rule about that, but attorneys tend to get a little bit more complex and cluster of cases that may be better suited for somebody with a lot of experience in litigation and hearing. And at the same time, we try to help the advocates as well with handling of their cases as well if they have serious cases. So far, the cooperation has been fantastic. What do the attorneys do other than the Board of Rights? We actually give advice as to the what the cases need in terms of legal advice before we even get to the adjudication. So if they have questions about statute issues and things like that, we talk to anybody who's willing to come to us and ask us questions about that. So that's not just the advocate section, but the internal affairs investigator as well. So our aim as attorneys is to improve the entire process. So we're trying to improve how we reach the adjudication of each individual cases, as well as how we present the cases. And on top of that, if there is an appeal from our Board of Rights hearing process, such as a writ petition case that's being filed in a superior court, we handle those court appearances, we file oppositions, we go to trials for those. And then if there's a remand order from the court, meaning we have to redo the Board of Rights, we get involved with that as well. We'll argue, we'll guide the board as to what the judges have ordered us to redo in terms of issues and whatnot. So those are some of the things that we do. We have handled approximately 50 cases in 2024, and that's about more than half of the year. In 2025, we're going to exceed that number substantially. The people that we have hired just to do the hearings in terms of city attorneys, we make sure that those attorneys have incredible amount of litigation experience. We have 2 ex-district attorneys. We have another city attorney prosecutor who's done more than 10 years of jury trials. So what I want to impress upon the commission here is that in terms of presentation of the case, in terms of evaluation of cases, you have the best litigators and attorneys that you can find for this type of cases that we have. Okay. If you have any questions, I can field them, but that's a simple introduction of who we are.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I appreciate that more than you can imagine. Last time back in June, when the presentation was done by PSB for the year-end report, there was some discussion by the commission as well as my peers about the hearing examiners. So if I may, I'd like to open it up to Mr. Sibley to discuss a little bit about the hearing examiners and what that process looks like and how we interact with the board. Sir?
Thanks, Chief Brockway. I think the important point to bring out for the purposes of this presentation is that the hearing examiners work for the Police Commission, that they are hired and supervised by the Police Commission, and that's work that's carried out by me and my staff on your behalf. And that's it's a critical piece of the process. Those are the folks that sit on the boards that ultimately render the decisions. The chiefs, in the case where a chief is directing an officer to a board for termination, it's the hearing examiners that have the authority to determine guilt or innocence of the officer, and as well as to determine the penalty. And their decision In terms of penalty, the chief can reduce the penalty, but he can't increase the penalty that's imposed by a Board of Rights. So very briefly, that's how the commission fits into this. And if you have any questions about the hearing examiners, you can direct those towards me, because it's the commission that has that responsibility and not the Professional Standards Bureau.
Thank you, sir. Truly appreciate that. And as I mentioned before in our opening remarks, the next phase of our presentation is the quantitative statistical data of the 2024 Board of Rights, the Directed Board of Rights. And I know there's going to be some questions about that, so I'm going to kick it to my right-hand man, Commander John Tom, to go ahead and address that.
Good afternoon, everyone. As was previously presented in the last presentation, there were 30 Directed Boards of Rights that were held in the year 2024. All 30 of those were opted for civilian boards of rights. So the officers have the option of choosing all civilian or going with the traditional boards of rights. All of them chose the civilian hearing examiners. In 93% or 28 of 30 of those cases, they resulted in the accused officers being found guilty of at least one allegation. Of the 28 guilty findings, 54% or 15 of 28 resulted in officers being removed by the Board of Rights with concurrence by the Chief of Police. Of the remaining 13 cases with guilty findings where officers were not removed by the Board of Rights, 6 of those cases resulted in the officers receiving penalties higher than what the Chief of Police can impose without a Board of Rights. So I'm sure the Commission's aware the city charter only allows the Chief of Police to give up to 22 days suspension. Anything more than that has to be directed to a Board of Rights. And so in those 6 cases, there were 2 penalties of 25 days, 1 30 days, 1 45 days, and 2 penalties of 65 days. Therefore, in 75% or 21 of 28 of those cases, civilian hearing examiners recommended penalties higher than what the Chief of Police could have imposed without the Board of Rights. In 61% or 17 of 28 of the cases where officers were found guilty, the accused officers were found guilty of all charges. And we had previously provided a chart with all the listings of all those 30 cases. We don't have that up now, but I can direct you if you're going to look at them later. Those are numbers 5, 8 through 12, 14, 16 through 18, 20 through 24, and 29 through 30. In 39% or 11 of 28 of the cases where officers were found guilty, there were other allegations where they were also found not guilty. Regarding the 2 boards of rights with not guilty findings, the 2 cases represent 7% of the total 2024 Board of Right cases. In each of those cases, the officers were charged with 2 allegations. In one of those cases, there was a count of false statements and neglect of duty. They were found not guilty. And the other was a count of misleading statements and 1 count of unbecoming conduct, also not guilty.
As I mentioned, the phases that we wanted to go through with our presentation today to talk about the beginning of a complaint all the way through the adjudication of a complaint, how the advocate section, meaning the city attorney who's putting on our Board of Rights now for those Directed Board of Rights, some background on how they handle things, how that looks, about how hearing examiners are selected and the training we've addressed, and then, of course, the qualitative, quantitative data based on 2024 statistics and the Board of Rights that were put on the 30. So we'd like to open it up for any type of questions. I know there's probably going to be a lot, but just know that the team humbly submits this report based upon our time here at PSB. We realize that there's some quantitative and statistical data that you're going to have questions about. What we're looking to do is ensure that we make it through the end of the year, year in December, January, and really do a deep dive analysis of statistics for the last 5 years and the 5 years prior to that, and take a look at trends, patterns, what it looks like with all civilian boards, what it looks like when it was sworn and civilian that were part of the boards, and what those outcomes look like. So we're really looking to do a deep dive at the latter part of January to make sure that we come back to the commission with more information that I know that you're going to have questions about, that we want to make sure that we have proper parameters statistically. So I'll leave it up to everybody here. We're here to answer any questions, but I want to say thank you to my entire team at PSB. They work hard, they're diligent, they want to make a difference, and more than anything, to remain objective and independent to make this department better each and every day. So I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Okay, let me see who has a question. Commissioner Shields?
Thank you. I do have a few questions, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the report. I do think it's important. I think this was like a one-off report. I think these types of reports are important to have on a regular basis so that we are kept apprised of what happens during these Board of Rights meetings and or hearings. And you know, one of the frustrating things that we get here at the commission, and I know the chief gets at the commission, is criticism from the public of like, oh, you know, I saw your discipline report and there were someone with 2 DUIs and they didn't get fired. And chief, how come you're not holding them accountable? Why aren't they fired? It's just you being soft. And then that they point the finger at us and you're not holding the chief accountable. But yet they don't fully understand that the chief has directed this person and wants to terminate this person because they no longer have faith that they can do the job of a police officer at the highest standards that we want at LAPD. Yet another body that has zero accountability to the public makes the decision to overrule the chief. I think that's just a significant problem. And Chief, I see you nodding, and I'll ask just as an overall thing, because I have some more specifics. But, you know, there is the whole charter reform, commission happening. Is there any movement here on changing some of this so that the ultimate person making the decision isn't hearing officers that no one in the public knows who they are?
My understanding is, and Deputy Chief Brockway, if you would maybe expound on that, but it would take another charter change to be able to get it back to a different system like that. I look at the case, they find as the case goes forward and it's appealed, they most often find similarly as far as to guilt or innocence, but their recommendations for somebody to come back to the organization after some egregious act, bottom line, where do I put them? Well, you know, where does that person go where they can function as a Los Angeles police officer in the way that the public would expect? And I think that piece was missing when the charter reform was pushed forward. So I would love to be able to see a reevaluation of that.
And I understand that the city is in the process of looking at charter reform issues. I feel like this is something that should be risen to their level. And I'd be interested in understanding, you know, as a former prosecutor, I can tell you that an officer who has DUIs, has made racial slurs, that is documented, that has been found guilty of financial dishonesty, as a prosecutor, I cannot use you. I cannot use you as a witness. You can't see anything. You can't do anything in any kind of criminal case that doesn't undermine the whole validity of the criminal process, right? And so as prosecutors, city attorney's office, I'm sure you understand, like, is that being conveyed both to the Board of Rights hearing examiners, that the real serious misconduct that this impacts, that this impact has, and are they just disregarding that? So that's one piece. And then Chief, just how big of a problem is it within the department? So when we talk about how many officers we have in the department and we're already down, how many of them are somewhat unusable in the field and can't be a resource that we rely on?
Yeah, as far as the numbers, I'll defer to Chief Brockway on that if he has it here or not, get back to you. But one is one too many because we don't have as many officers as we like, and the ability to be able to have no public contact for an individual because of those kind of findings put us in a position where we're not able to do the job the way the public deserves it to be done.
Yep. I completely agree with you, Chief. And I welcome the city attorney's involvement here to make sure that, you know, the department's not being out-lawyered in these hearings. So I think that's been a good development, but I think it's still kind of, it's not enough to move the mark, I think, to more structural changes. And I thought your, flow chart of disciplinary process is really helpful. The one piece that is, it could be almost a different sheet, is what happens with categorical uses of force that the Board of Police Commission actually evaluate and determine. If the Board of Police Commission, who is the body that identifies and makes the policy of the department, determines that something is out of policy, that goes to the chief, and the chief then disciplines the officer, and then we have, again, another body that falls under us that says, you know what, those crazy Board of Police Commissioners, they don't know what they're talking about. This was not out of policy. Again, it just makes no sense from any type of, where that authority comes from. And so I think the whole process needs to be reevaluated and redone. So I would welcome any proposed changes to the Board of Rights process. But wanted to just get a sense from you, Deputy Chief Brockway, in terms of how it's operating during the hearings. And the fact that they're finding guilty on a number of very serious types of misconduct. Are they being fully advised of the ramifications of a finding like this for a police officer, both in terms of what they can do and then also how that impacts the credibility and relationship with the department has with the community when it looks like they're not being held fully accountable?
Commissioner Seals, I thank you so much for everything that you said. I am going to defer to Howard Park for a minute to talk about the advocate section and what he's been seeing as far as the adjudication and the decisions that are being made, what lies underneath, what we do in the future with somebody who is not terminated, that the chief had deemed to be terminated. I unfortunately am going to have to go back and find out exactly what the numbers are because they are free-flowing. We do need to look at those people that have restricted duties that are in REMAC, and that's a whole other discussion, and to figure out exactly where they are. But I will definitely be able to get those and get back to the commission. So Howard, I'll kick it to you. And then I'd love Mark Furness to talk a little bit about, he's been with the advocate section for a number of years, to see the ebb and flows as far as the boards are concerned with the hearing officers and those decisions that are being made.
Yes, in terms of penalty recommendation and an argument, what we do is first we determine guilt, so that's a complete hearing for the Board of Rights, and then just like a sentencing hearing in a criminal case, we hold a penalty phase hearing during which the other side can bring in character witnesses and things like that. Often, in fact, this is not 100% of the time, but most of the time, the department calls a risk manager from LAPD who is willing to and who will be able to explain to the board that under certain charges and circumstances, facts of the case, this person who is found guilty will not be able to be utilized as a full police officer, meaning he or she may not be able to testify in court in a criminal case because of credibility issues based on the outcome of the Board of Rights case. And they are advised of that. In a closing argument, all the advocates, not just the attorneys, we are trained and we do argue that to the board every single time. It's not for lack of argument or guidance of the board that some of the results are not as we would like in terms of termination. So it is a frustrating part of our job, but we're doing the best we can to explain to the board. There is a penalty phase hearing, and we do put on a case there. We explain the law. We explain the most likely situation for somebody who's ordered back to the LAPD with a record of misconduct that might be moral turpitude, might be something even worse. And the boards who are making the decisions to return these officers who are recommended for termination, they're fully aware that that's what they're doing, okay? If I have to venture a guess as to the motive of the boards who are returning the officers, again, these hearings, you have to understand that were adjudicated on paper, meaning when the chief is determining the termination as penalty being appropriate, there's no hearing before a chief of police, okay? By the time we do the hearing, there are oftentimes the victim, for example, if it's a domestic violence case, the victim does not want to show up. That's very often the case. If it's some sort of a bar fight, there was a battery involved, sometimes the citizens, civilians are very reluctant to show up to testify against a police officer for whatever the fear they might have, or they might have just moved on. So we have cases where we just don't have the strength of the case because we're losing witnesses and whatnot. And this happens about a year after the adjudication, or about 10 months or a year after the adjudication. So by that time, the officers, guided by a very capable attorneys, they will have enrolled in rehab programs. They will have come in and shown that they are remorseful, that they have tried to do whatever it takes to, rectify whatever the problem that they were going through. And they have tons of character witnesses who will come in and testify this was just nothing but a one-off incident. And given that type of situation, the civilians who are less understanding or familiar with what kind of a legal situation that LAPD will be facing, they tend to look to see, whether they can rehab the person, and they're trying to be basically a good person, in my opinion. But I think there's a less than sufficient concern that they're giving to the department and the public at large. And I don't know how to fix that really. So, I mean, that's what appears to be happening. Mark, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I have a few things. I've been with the advocate section for about 10 years now, and so I've seen a lot of changes through the process. I was there initially when we had sworn boards, and then, of course, now that we have civilian boards. To answer your question about possible changes, the one change that could be made that we've actually been advocating for, but unfortunately City Council has been blocking it, is written into the amendment for the all civilian boards was a provision that we only let it stand for 2 years before rescinding it. And that would only take, to rescind it, to go back to the only having the sworn option is an up-down vote by City Council. We've made our presentation to the City Council. It never made it past the 5-member initial safety committee that would have to go to the whole board. We've talked to previous commissions about it. They agreed that we should move forward with that, but again, City Council blocked that. So back to the all civilian boards, you have to have an understanding. We have 2 groups of civilian that make up our pool of civilian hearing examiners. One was hired initially, way back in the early 90s when we first went to the civilian boards. A lot of those were, obviously members of, good standing with the community, but we had reserve officers, we had bankers, we had architects. Most of them wanted to be part of the LAPD process. They liked police officers. Then when we went to this process, we had to fill out the pool. We went through the hiring process, or actually the commission did, of hiring new hearing examiners. Most of them still like the police officers. So that's an uphill battle for us, and every board is to convince them that the officer sitting before them needs to be removed. It's hard for them to pull that trigger, so to speak. And to be fair, I'm looking at the core values on the wall over here. The hearing examiners don't hold themselves to that core value because they're not police officers. Therefore, they often don't hold the accused officers to those same values. Every time a board ends, we do a debrief with them to find out, what lessons we can learn, how our advocate did, and whatnot. And too often we hear that they just didn't think the misconduct was that serious. Maybe you mentioned racial slurs. We had one board member say, well, the people in my office call each other worse names than that. What's the big deal? And, it's those type of issues. If they don't feel it's serious misconduct, they certainly aren't going to hold these officers accountable. And then when you look at the 2024 boards, a lot of the boards, I think there was 15 where they reduced the penalty. A great number of those were in alcohol-related allegations, whether it was DUIs or just intoxication or whatnot. We have the problem of a provision called 278 of the Board of Rights Manual section, which allows the boards to put officers into a rehab agreement not to exceed 1 year. And then if they successfully complete all the provisions, then they will assess the penalty. That rehab agreement is an easy way for them to try to, well, to put the officer in rehab, but not have to remove them on the spot. Then the board reconvenes on a quarterly basis, getting paid each time, and then at the end of that year, they can reduce that penalty. It's a great idea and concept, but the problem with the civilian boards is they're using it more and more. We've now seen them use it in boards where there were no allegations of intoxication or DUI, but maybe the officer said, well, I was going through a bad time, I was drinking when this misconduct happened. And for the board, it's like, 278. Part of the 278 to be able to use that section is the defense would have to put some kind of expert witness to explain why the accused officer would benefit from a rehab. A lot of times the defense attorneys don't even do that because they aren't arguing for that rehab, and the board will try to implement it anyway. And we will point out those sections that they're not following the Board of Rights manual, and they still want to do it because it's an easy way to save it. And we see anytime there's a case with allegations of alcohol, and you say, even if it's, you mentioned 2 DUIs, 1 DUI, or drunk while it happened, drunk at a bar, we're going to see that 278. They use it almost every time. So that's one of the difficulties we have. When we did the last Board of Rights revision or update, we worked with the Inspector General's office and the commission at the time. We tried to take out that 278 because that 278 is only a part of the Board of Rights manual section. It's not nowhere else. It was added to the Board of Rights manual section once upon a time. We tried to remove it, but on the advice of the city attorney, for fear of consequences of what the league might do down the road, they decided to leave it in with no changes. That, again, the 278 is a constant battle for us.
This has been super helpful, and I would say, given that the Board of Rights fall under the Police Commission, we should have the authority to review the manual and look at changes that can make a direct difference here. And again, I think everyone wants fairness to officers, and I don't think you're going to hear anything differently. But for officers who are found guilty of serious misconduct, the only way that this department can maintain credibility is to hold them seriously accountable when they conduct serious misconduct. And in addition to, so even if they are, sent back to the department, Chief, the department still reports them to California under SB2, right? If there's serious misconduct, and then there's a potential that they become decertified as police officers, and then they could come back and get removed again. But in the interim, they're just kind of waiting around.
Yeah, we make the appropriate notifications based on the act.
And so, and again, so that's another, so these are people who are collecting the city pay, can't do a lot of work in the public, and then may become decertified down the road and then go through that process. So I do think this is just an area that the commission can spend more time evaluating, and especially the manual. So thank you.
Commissioner, we're committed to make sure that we're reporting back as often as we can. As I mentioned earlier, we're really looking to the end of the year to be able to really look at those statistics. It's not fair to Howard and his team, who have been around since May of 2024. We want to get a little bit more of a time frame under our belts, as well as when the city charter changed in 2019 into 2020, what that looks like 5 years after 2020, 5 years before that, so we can come back and look at what it looks like from the sworn hearing examiners, let's just say, and the current hearing examiners, and that training that's available to them. So we're committed to make sure that we're doing that. The transparency, SB2, we literally got off the phone yesterday with Post. We've met with them on one occasion. We're going to be meeting with them again, hopefully before the end of the holidays, to discuss SB2 and make sure that that communication is in line. It is. Believe me, it is. But to continue, that we make sure that we get that information to Post for that decision as far as the state's concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, we have a question from Commissioner Garcia.
No questions, just thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the discussion and echo the stance of Commissioner Shields. Appreciate the thoroughness there.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Scopin, you have a question?
Yeah, just a few comments and some asks. Thank you for the report and information. In my opinion, having high character, high morale members of our department is literally the most critical element in having a successful department. It all starts with our people. This is exaggerated and amplified with those people in management positions. I fully support evaluating how we can do better in ensuring this. A few points that I look forward to hearing some data at the beginning of the year that I would hope would be included in that. How has the number of opted board of rights changed since the 2009 civilian panel reform compared to prior? When removing all opted boards from the analysis, how do directed boards of rights alone compare before and after civilianization in terms of non-guilty and penalty reductions? Has the rate of officers choosing opting for a board of rights increased since the civilian panel became available relative to when it wasn't? And then I'm curious, what factors does the department identify as contributing to changes in the board of rights, elections, and directed case outcomes following civilianization?
I think the best way for me to answer that is yes. All these questions that you just made, or all the statements that you just made, are discussions that Commander Tom and our team have had. We meet 2, if not 3 times a week to discuss and roundtable to make sure that the information that we're pushing out is accurate. I hate to quote a show from the 80s, but we really want to make sure that we measure twice, cut once. We don't want to push out information today that may change over the next month and a half as far as the year end is concerned. I promised I wasn't going to do any jokes, but I did not do well in statistics in college. But I understand how critical it is because I live in the city. I was born here. I still live here. And I know how important it is to make sure that the integrity of our personnel are in check, our ethics are in check. I hate to say this, I'm the ethics coordinator for the department. So I understand how important it is to have pride, but more than anything, trust. Trust is the biggest thing that we can have in law enforcement, in my mind, or policing. So I will share with you that information that we're going to quantify with statistics, doing deep dives on what's happened over the last 10 years, is going to be critical for what our success looks like moving forward. We're not looking for surprises, but what we're looking for is to ensure that the transparency is in place and to ensure that we build in that consistency and structure moving forward. So this is not a one-off. That I will promise you. This is not once a year. It's going to have to be more often than that because we need to be able to address these as things start to happen. And you have my word, and everybody at this table and everybody at PSB, I hate to speak for you, Chief, you have my word that we'll continue to make sure that we're working with the commission to push that information to you, to push that information to all the commission, to ensure that we're having that conversation on what success is going to look like next. So I thank you, sir, for that, more than you can imagine.
Well, gentlemen, I thank you all. I want to share pretty much everything and concerns that Commissioner Shields expressed. This is a report as a result of a request from Commissioner Shields and Commissioner Suthers, and I'm happy that we are having this today. There's so much to absorb. I share your sentiments, Chief, on what you just explained. Somebody from this community, from this city, and what kind of LAPD officers we want. I share that 100%. But there is so much here that needs to be reviewed, and your offer to do a deep dive into all our questions and report to us in February is exactly what we need. Because I also share the concerns of the chief when you have about 500 or 600 people who really are just not doing much out in the field. It's a concern when we're also challenged on trying to get our numbers up. And in light of the fact that we are going to be seen by all the world and we need more officers, and we just heard the budget, we approved the budget, we need to do something about what we just heard today. So I welcome that deep dive, and I look forward to hearing from you. You know what our concerns are. You know what the chief's concerns are. We want to do better, okay? And I think that we're on that path. I also want to know a little bit more about this 2-year to rescind the 3 civilian board. I'm curious about that. I mean, I know that the city council is maybe, is blocking it, but let's inquire about that. Why? Because I think that would be a big move forward if we're able to work with the city council and let them know what our concerns are. So with that, I thank each and every one of you for your presentation, and we'll see you again in February or at the end of January. Thank you, Chief.
Do we have a motion to approve the department's report relative to increased detail for the Board of Rights hearings conducted in 2024?
Yes, it is recommended that the Board of Police Commissioners review and approve the follow-up report of this increased detail for Board of Rights hearing conducted in 2024.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 4D, relative to response to City Council on review of Air Support Division's deployment model, presented by Deputy Chief Kowalski.
Good afternoon. I am Deputy Chief David Kowalski. I'm the commanding officer of the department's Counterterrorism and Special Operations Bureau.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Joining me today is Lieutenant Tarek Ishmael. He's the Air Support Division Assistant Commanding Officer. We're here to present on the report to the City Council regarding the Air Support Division deployment model. The report highlights the core functions of our aviation fleet to include the following: emergency operations. For a regional disaster, air support plays a critical role with missions established by the Los Angeles Base Emergency Operations Plan. For example, our aircraft will provide critical services and support in the form of aerial surveillance, damage assessments, aerial coordination of ground units to include evacuation routes, and ingress of personnel and equipment for rescue and relief, as displayed during the 2025 Los Angeles wildfires. Air Support is also the city's Air Transportation Plan Coordinator under the city's Base Emergency Operations Plan to assist with the transportation of city managers, elected leaders, and critical public safety command to pre-designated locations to ensure continuity of critical city services. The current air support deployment allows for special flights to support high-priority investigations and missions, to include the organized burglary crew arrests made by the department's Metropolitan Division this year. And this also includes regular air operations on a daily basis. Our air crew responds to patrol-related calls citywide, covering the nearly 500 square miles of Los Angeles. Air Support has been the first on scene, on average, over the past 5 years, of over 6,000 radio calls. They've provided downlink to numerous major events this year, to include the 8 days of immigration protests this past June, as well as the Los Angeles Dodgers World Championship Parade last month. From a civil liability perspective, our deployment model of 2 aircraft operating citywide allows for a quick response to vehicle pursuits. As you are all aware, vehicle pursuits in Los Angeles are a daily occurrence and broadcasted live on our major networks. The presence of a helicopter during a vehicle pursuit has proven statistically to be effective at increasing the apprehension rate of our suspects while reducing the likelihood of a deadly traffic collision occurring during that pursuit. The department has continued to leverage technology with the development of its pilot program with drone as a first responder. Air Support Division has worked in partnership with the Office of Operations in its development. This partnership has resulted in effective communications between the drone operators and our pilots to ensure they are both operating safely in the shared airspace. In addition to this report, the department has provided responses to both the city controller and during budgetary hearings to our city council in the past 2 years, and we have concluded that the current fleet size is appropriate for the varied missions and the unique geographical challenges that is required to police Los Angeles. We're now prepared to address any questions you may have regarding this report.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions from any commissioner? Commissioner Shields?
I'll just comment on, I think anyone thinking about the use of helicopters in the department really should get up in the helicopter before making any decisions, budgetary things in terms of it's not until you're there you realize how vast and large Los Angeles is and how difficult it is to get from one place to another when you're getting 911 calls and continuously monitoring them, and the fact that they were first on the scene for over 6,000 calls, I think is a true testament of their work, and their navigation skills as well is very impressive. But the idea of changing the deployment or having them downed until there's a call to respond to just would not work. And I think until you see that from the sky, you might not understand that. So I appreciate your report and fully support the need for the helicopters, especially when there's the ability to call off police pursuits and have them being tracked by the helicopters. I think that's a very significant aspect of their role, as well as providing cover for officers doing stops and all of those resources that is necessary. So thank you for the report.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia, any questions, comments?
Once again, echo the sentiments. I agree. Not only is it an experience once you're up in the air, but even learning about what it takes to actually get a helicopter up in the air. It doesn't take just a few minutes, but it takes quite a while to get the equipment on, to get the officers ready and prepped. And so that idea of not flying until requested is a non-functioning strategy and approach. And once up in the air, I've had the privilege of being in there and responding to calls from officers in the ground, and the ability to increase the public's safety through that view, the officer's safety through the view, and again, the apprehension rate is incredible. And so, yes, in an ideal world, it'd be silent, and it wouldn't, cause some disruptions that some folks feel they do. But at the end of the day, they're a useful tool, and I appreciate the report and you all being here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Scobin, any question or comment?
Just a comment, these stats are incredible. And, as we move forward with the budget and the scrutiny that's going to come with that and this in front of public safety, obviously we know there's difference in opinions on putting value on certain things. And I just hope that you all shout from the mountaintop these statistics, because, when you talk about pursuits involving traffic collisions and the huge difference between with tracked engages and without, you're talking lives. And that's, should be the most important thing. So thank you for your service, and thank you for this information.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. I'm probably the only one who has not yet been up on an airship, but I look forward to it, Chief. And I will take your invitation up really soon. But I know the enormity of it, the gravity of it, and the importance of it for public safety in our city. And I want to thank you, gentlemen, for being here and reporting on this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Secretary?
Do we have a motion to approve the response to City Council on review of Air Support Division's deployment model and to transmit to City Council?
Yes, the Board of Police Commissioners approve the Los Angeles Police Department's report to the Public Safety Committee and moves to transmit it to the Los Angeles City Council.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A1 and 5B1 in accordance with Government Code 54957. The commission has concluded its work in closed session. We are now back in open session. We'll have a report out by the executive director.
Thank you. So, item 5A, at the regular meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners on November 18th, 2025, during closed session, the board made the following findings by a 4-0 vote. And this regards officer-involved shooting, case number 055-24, which is item 5A1. For tactics, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 3 and 1 police officer 2. For drawing and exhibition of a firearm, in policy, no further action, 1 police officer 3 and 1 police officer 2. For lethal use of force, in policy, no further action, 1 police officer 3, and out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2. And then for item 5B, the item was discussed, and that concludes the report out.
With no other items on the agenda, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.